Woo woo. It took 2 bears to finish feeding 1 apple. The black bear was very satisfied. Are you all full? The bear lazily leaned against a rock, looking as if it was so full it might spew and couldn't even drink water. The bear's belly was visibly swollen. Chen Feng took a bite of the apple and said, "Are you coming to see Rai Yue? Someone just told me you were here, but I haven't run into you yet." Wen Youning asked, "What's wrong with Rai Yue?" Chen Feng paused and said, "I don't know, I was puzzled too. The food that was sent in, Rai Yue didn't take a single bite. Each bear has a set amount, and usually Rai Yue finishes its own and even tries to snatch from the other bears. But this time, it seems like it hasn't even nibbled on a piece of apple skin." Chen Feng asked curiously, "Did you hear its thoughts? Did you pick up anything?" "No, everything is normal." The sun and moon heard the noise and hurried over on all fours, the round, plump black bear's fur quivering as it ran. "Owl! Here they come." When Youning patted her backpack, "The food is all in here, you can share it." She took out the ice pack inside, leaving behind the oil paper used for packaging, which bears can recognize and tear off when eating. Tossing it piece by piece is too much effort, so Wen Youning directly threw the backpack into Bear Ridge. The black bear happily picked up Wen Youping's backpack and was rummaging through the meat inside to eat. The other bears in the area looked at each other in confusion. The brown bear was the first to come over. It was the toughest and could withstand the black bear's 2 slaps, yet still snatched food from the black bear's mouth. The first in combat effectiveness has invested all points into defense. The black bear enjoyed eating jerky and cooked meat, especially since it was the first time trying mixed cooked meat. It loved the taste and texture, and whenever a crumb fell on its chest, it would pause to pick it up and eat it, wasting nothing at all. The brown bear sniffed and was attracted by the smell of meat. It wanted to eat, but the apple it had just eaten was already nearly blocking its throat. It plopped down and sat there, touching its belly, confusion written all over its dark eyes. "Something's not right." Wen Youning. "Wow, is it as I thought?" "I also. Teacher Wen said this morning that she brought food, and Ryu specifically didn't eat, even giving his portion to other bears. Everyone is full now, and the only food left is what Teacher Wen brought for himself to enjoy." The black bear's intelligence is vividly manifested at this moment. "Cunning little bear, let Auntie give you a kiss." Moreover, other bears can eat their fill, and the black bear can enjoy its food slowly without having to quickly shove everything into its belly, and it doesn't have to worry about other bears coming to steal its food. Comfortable. The black bear found a tree that provided shade and had delicious food. The comfortable bear wants to snore. Chen Feng didn't know about the morning's events and was still slightly out of sync. "Are you bringing one just for Sun and Moon?" "No, I'm bringing it as snacks." Wen Youning's backpack was just that big, already full, and couldn't possibly feed so many bears. But all the treats for each bear were concentrated on one black bear named Sun and Moon, so being full wasn't a problem. Kaian Yu has already seen what's going on. How clever is the Sun and Moon. All this little thought is all about eating. The black bear isn't eating quickly, but the meat disappears quickly. It doesn't need to chew for long. A few bites and it's a piece of cooked meat, and the cooked meat food made by Wen Youning looks quite palatable. The black bear is eating happily. The jerky can be stuffed in 2 or 3 pieces at once, one bite after another, until the backpack is empty. Only after it can't bring anything out anymore does the black bear regretfully lick its paws. "It's gone." "Aren't you full?" Wen Youning asked with a smile. "Woo! I'm full." The black bear stands up and touches its belly, feeling very full. It picks up Wen Youking's backpack and feels around inside with its paw. Wen Youking thought it was checking to see if there was any food left inside, but the next moment the black bear stepped in with its hind paw. "Woo! Put it in." Wen Youning. It doesn't fit. When Youning realized later that the black bear was struggling with the backpack, "You're too big." The backpack was on the black bear's back, just like a college student carrying a kindergarten child's backpack. How could an entire black bear possibly fit inside? Ah, whoa! The black bear didn't give up and continued to stuff itself into the backpack. It was careful while stuffing, as if afraid of damaging it. The bear can get in. If monkeys can get in, so can bears. The same thing, bears are much stronger than monkeys. So the black bear thinks that if monkeys can do it, then bears can definitely do it too. Wen Youning, it can't be thinking about putting itself inside, right? Wen Youning nodded helplessly. It saw the golden snub-nosed monkey go into the backpack, and it wants to go in too. Wen Youning complained, "It's over, all the animals in the zoo want to escape." To be precise, they all want to go home with Wen Youning. Luckily the backpack is small. If it were a large sack, there would be no need to knock out the black bear. It would just willingly dive into the sack. Is the zoo really not worth your attachment? Ah, the backpack is broken, put the little bear inside. The black bear that actively packages itself to go out. Oh, it's so cute. The black bear was struggling with the backpack, trying hard to sit down and stuff it in, but still could not fit both of its hind paws inside. Unlike the golden monkey that could squat inside, the black bear pulled its hind paws back after realizing this. Wen Youning thought it had given up, but then saw the black bear pick up the backpack and, without saying a word, put it on its head. Immediately, a voice echoed from the black bear that sounded joyous and jubilant. "The bear is coming in." Woof! The bear said that the bear can do it. The black bear, which successfully packed itself into the backpack, is very happy, but it's a bit hard to see the road. It pushed its backpack caught on its shoulder with its front paw, realizing that if it wanted to see the road clearly, it needed to get out of the backpack. So it hurriedly buckled the backpack back on, padding it to secure it tighter. Woo! Let's go! This is how the golden monkey walks. Even bears want it. I can't take it. When Youning looked at the black bear she had packed for herself, her face full of smiles, "You're too big." Instead, I learned the exact method the golden snub-nosed monkey used to escape the zoo. Give me back my backpack. It will still be useful for packing food to feed. The black bear carefully inched its way to the wall with its front paws hooked into the backpack strap, trying to send the backpack up from here, while also getting itself taken away by humans. Seeing it sneaking around, the brown bear rolled over and sat up, moving quietly on all fours until it reached the black bear, and then bump. Ow! Splash! There is a ring of flowing water at the outermost layer of shingling. When the bear is tired or hot, it can soak in the water to cool down. The black bear, with a backpack on its head, couldn't see anything and was directly pushed into the water. With the weight of the black bear, this little flow of water could not possibly push it. Be careful! Wen Youning leaned over the fence, half of her body sticking out, looking down at the black bear that was close to the wall. A muffled voice of the black bear came from below. This little water is nothing to the black bear. Even though it was hastily pushed down, it did not choke on the water. The black bear sat in the water, holding the backpack that it had just taken off its head, looking around. The slightly smaller black bear had already hidden to the side, and the brown bear had run back to the rock to sneak a nap at some point. Even the snoring sounds had started. Ha, so bad. This grizzly bear is so bad for sneak attacking. The brownish yellow bear is the most cunning. This fake sleeping is too fake. It's all technique with no emotion. The wet black bear looks confused, while this little appearance makes me want to pet 10 of them at once. The black bear let out a low hum, confirmed its target, and slowly crawled up to shake its fur. After placing the backpack in a high spot on the artificial hill, it walked towards the sleeping brown bear. It's you. The brown bear is closing its eyes, but its heart is secretly laughing. Hee hee. The bear just crashed down. Hee hee. The ambush was successful and the brown bear was happy. Roar, the black bear suddenly low growled and pounced after getting closer. Woo, the brown bear reacted slowly, and as soon as it opened its eyes, it was pounced on by the black bear, which also growled low immediately after. For a moment, the angry roars of the two bears echoed through Bear Ridge. The call echoed with a resonant sound, making the onlooking tourists involuntarily shrink their necks. Cayenne Nuo and Wen Youning stood at the front, listening as she squinted and quietly said, "I feel that this roar is a bit different from the call just now." She didn't know much about bears, but there was indeed a noticeable difference in the sound. Chen Feng patted her shoulder and said, "The calls of pretending to be cute and the calls of anger and provocation are definitely different." Acting cute. I just said it sounds like I really want to Ryua, there's nothing aggressive about it. Turns out I'm just being cute with Teacher Wen. Quick, in this position, put Teacher Wen down. How can we not hold onto such a well-behaved little bear? The brown bear was retreating while fighting off the black bear, which kept pushing it into the water. Having taken revenge, the black bear was finally satisfied. However, holding the wet backpack in its arms again, the black bear glanced at the brown bear. The brown bear, which was struggling to climb back to the shore, paused for a moment, silently put down its raised hind paw and sat down in the water, unwilling to go out. Woo! The black bear raised its backpack, making a very wrong sound. It broke. Wen Youning said, "It just got a little wet, it's not broken. It can still be used if it's dried." Huh! The black bear hugged the backpack, resting its chin on it. Chen Feng noticed that the pure black backpack was covered with quite a bit of dirt, and it certainly couldn't be dried without washing it first. He said, "It's so dirty that you can't even use it when you take it back. Let me find someone to wash and dry the backpack before I send it back to you." Wen Youning did not refuse. "Then I will trouble you." Cayenne Nu's attention was entirely on the brown bear, which seemed to be adhering to the principle of falling where you stand, and sleeping there for a while. The brown bear was half submerged in the water, leaning against the shore, looking up and sleeping. It was like soaking in a hot spring. The water here does indeed have a bit of warmth after being exposed to the sun. Just when I was watching seriously, my phone rang. Cayenne Nu answered, "Hello, who is this?" "What, is it confirmed?" I didn't know what the other side said, but Cayenne Nu suddenly became energetic. Okay, I'll go over right away." Until hanging up the phone, Cayenne Nu still had a surprised expression on her face, and Wen Youning couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" The 2 eggs of the swan with warty nose can be sent back after passing the inspection. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, allowing them to be sent back is equivalent to the premise that these eggs can definitely hatch into cygnets under normal incubation conditions. Cayenne Nu has been paying attention to these matters all day. How could she not be happy now that there is finally a conclusion? "The hatching center over there asked me to go sign for the eggs." Cayenne Nu said, "Let's go, Teacher Wen, we can go together. It's just right for you to tell the warty-nosed swan not to bite while laying eggs. The swan eggs do not pass through their hands. All she has to do is sign to confirm that they were picked up by someone from the aviary and returned to the swans, and a professional has to be involved." "Okay," Wen Youning shouted down to the Bear Ridge, "Ryu, give the backpack to the caretaker, I'm leaving now." Roar. "Good. I won't give it to him." Hearing the awkward feelings of the black bear, Wen Youning said, "No way, you must remember to give it." "What? All right then." As he watched the figure of Wen Youning walk away, the black bear casually raised its paw and barked, "Ow! Take it away, take it away." At this height and position, it would definitely be impossible to reach the backpack from the stands. Chen Feng remained calm, holding a long stick used for cleaning up garbage in Bear Ridge, and stretched it down. The front end of the stick had 2 hooks, originally for picking up trash, but it was just right for grabbing the backpack. What? The black bear quickly retracted its paw with a swish. Wow. The bear is just giving a hint. Why are you really taking it? Bad guy. Chen Feng. Did the sun and moon just play a trick on me? After leaving Chungaling, Kai and Yu appeared to be extremely excited. Walking briskly, even the wind was with them. The egg can be brought back, the egg can be brought back. If it weren't for the inappropriate occasion, Kai and Yu would have laughed out loud 3 times. Wen Youning asked, "Can I take the egg away right after signing?" No, the signature only confirms it. We have to wait for environmental testing and confirmation that it can be transferred before it can be taken away. But she was happy. She found someone to do the testing, managing both the testing and the signing, and the staff should be able to deliver the egg back today. This little bit of time is not a problem at all. Be careful, there's someone. When Youning pulled her away, avoiding a near collision with a horseback rider. Horseback riding is one of the entertainment activities in the zoo, where visitors can ride horses anywhere within the designated area, and the charges are based on the duration of the ride. Each horse is led by a professional staff member to prevent the horse from throwing off the visitors and stepping on them. The incubation room is located in the central area of the zoo, serving the entire zoo, and it contains more than just goose eggs. The most recent road is to cross this area. Kai and Yu took a step aside to avoid the strolling horses and couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Teacher Wen, you are simply my lucky star." Ever since getting to know Wen Youning, these past 2 days have been truly smooth sailing. Having reliable people to help is really wonderful. It was worth her embellishing and telling the principal many stories about Wen Youning, trying to persuade the principal to definitely keep Teacher Wen. Working with you as a colleague is definitely. What is that? Kai and Yu squinted her eyes, pointing at the person who was racing down the distant arched lawn. Hey, slow down. Stop, Gale, stop. The girl's shout came along with the sound of hoofbeats. At the racetrack beside the road, the girl was fully dressed in riding gear, leaning forward and lowering her body, trying to slow down the horse on the slope to avoid falling. If she couldn't manage to press down once, she would have to run a few steps along with it and repeat the process. The black stallion she was holding did not break into a gallop but moved forward like it was strolling. The speed wasn't fast, but it wasn't slow enough to be stopped by anyone. Just run, don't stop. Run, run, run. Only after the black steed galloped down the slope did it finally stop, while the girl was forced to run alongside, panting heavily. She held on to the black horse to stand up, as if trying to scold it, but the black horse turned its head and nuzzled her. The intimate gesture made the girl's pent-up resentment, which felt like being dragged along like a dead pig, dissipate significantly. The girl patted the dirt off her clothes and said, Okay, I know you didn't do it on purpose. You can't control yourself on the slope, can you? The whistling wind blew out of his nostrils. Of course not. What can you do with the horse if it's intentional? Wait until someone comes up and just throw him off the horse. The wind looked gentle on the surface, its tail swishing behind it, enjoying the caretaker grooming its mane, when it turned its head and saw 2 people outside the fence. What are you looking at? Did I let you look? Humans are really annoying. Come in, I'll kick you for riding. No, 2 kicks. Is it my illusion? Did that horse just roll its eyes? I feel that way too. Was I just dissed by a horse? Wen Youning was just passing by and inexplicably got scolded. She pointed at herself and decisively said, Jiafeng is deliberately speeding up when going downhill to make you fall. Nay, the hooves of the fierce wind horse landed heavily on the ground. Shut up. How does this human know the horse is doing it on purpose? Guess, Wen Youning emphasized. It said it will throw off the tourists once they get on. Nay. Shut up. Damn humans. Keeper. It seems that this person has gotten into an argument with my horse. Sister Yao, Kaian Yu stepped over the fence. This is our new animal doctor in the park, Wen Youning, teacher Wen. Yao Yike nodded while holding the black horse's reins. Hello. She asked suspiciously, doesn't our zoo have external medical contracts? We already hired more than a dozen veterinarians, so why sign a newcomer again? Of course teacher Wen is unique. Kaian Yu raised his chin and said, what happened to Jiafeng recently? Didn't it stop coming out to greet tourists after it kicked one out last time? Horse riding accidents are quite common and also normal. No one can predict when a horse will throw a fit. Generally speaking, if you just ride the horse in circles and the groom holds the reins tightly, there shouldn't be any problems. Last week, Jiafeng suddenly had an emotional outburst, threw a tourist off its back and even stepped on them, resulting in the park losing a lot of money. Yao Yike said, well, it's not good to keep it closed all the time. The comprehensive evaluation results show that Jiafeng can come out to receive visitors. As a result, I just pulled it for 2 laps and it turned out like this. Yao Yike pointed to the clothes he was wearing and was quite helpless about Jiafeng's temperament. Jiafeng shook its head. If humans dare to stab the horse, then the horse will kick back. Wen Youning didn't know there was more to the story and said directly, did it hurt someone before? If so, it was because that last tourist poked it. That's why it kicked. Kaian Yu, Yao Yiki, what? The two of them had confusion written all over their faces. The swift wind shook its head and swayed, suddenly stopping. Whoa. It suddenly lunged forward, causing Yao Yike to take a big step forward to steady herself. Swift wind calmed down a bit. Before she could say anything, Yao Yike worried that swift wind might suddenly go wild and attack again, tightly gripping the reins. If the same thing happened twice, swift wind really wouldn't be able to stay at the zoo any longer. But unexpectedly, Jiafeng just wanted to get closer and didn't make any moves to attack. Its big, watery eyes looked at her. You must have been wronged. Wen Youning stroked the black horse's mane. If Jiafeng had been normally leading visitors at that time, and a visitor poked it with a needle while the keeper wasn't paying attention, causing Jiafeng to throw the person off and stomp on the visitor in pain, that's how it happened. The visitor would take this opportunity to extort money, and the black horse would definitely get reprimanded. From Yao Yike's words, it seemed like it had even been put in confinement and wasn't allowed out. The black horses naturally agreed. It is the one being beaten and scolded, and it is still the one being locked up. No wonder the Gale pretends to be friendly. After passing the inspection, it comes out frolicking around. It turns out it was just pretending to be nice. Pure revenge. Still, it is a brave and resourceful little horse that is willing to bide its time. Wow, so someone intentionally harmed the black horse to extort money. Really, how could they be so heartless? The horse was just working honestly. Who did it provoke? A horse is not only ridden by people but also bullied. That's too much. I found related reports on the zoo's official website. They compensated for lost work, nutrition, medical expenses, etc., totaling over 800,000. Yao Yike was stunned. Everyone was in the same place, but it always felt like she and everyone else were not on the same level. Especially Kaian Yu. Whenever Wen Youning said something, she nodded along. Was that right? This isn't right. Very wrong. Yao Yike was confused and struggled to pick out an important point from her chaotic thoughts. What needle prick? How come I didn't know about that? The last time we lost over 800,000, they even said they would sue us, and in the end, they just took the money and left. Kaian Yu reminded. I know about this matter. Yao Yike was clearly not asking about that. She was an eyewitness to the event and even had her year-end bonus deducted as punishment for the mistake at work. There was no way she wouldn't know. What she was asking was, how did you conclude that it was a needle prick? The strong wind is cursing inside. In just a moment, the strong wind has transformed from being self-important and defiant to becoming a pitiful little creature nearly in tears leaning on her shoulder. It currently has a strong hostility towards people, and it's not recommended to bring tourists. Yao Yike is still a bit confused, smiling helplessly at her serious tone. Don't mess around. It was just snuggling with me. How could it have hostility towards people? Besides, it has passed all the tests. Wen Youning said, it's intentional. Yao Yike. So you have something to say now, right? The gale is so strong that it longs to snuggle into Wen Youning's arms. Finally, there is someone who understands the horse's grievances. The horse just scolded you. The horse was wrong, boo-hoo. You are a good person. You are the best human in the whole world. She keeps the horse locked up and comes to find it at night to tell fairy tales and purify her soul. The horse is very tired. Big tired and wronged. Wen Youning said to the strong wind, okay, I will talk to your caretaker. Kaian Nuo, what are you doing? Yao Yike was not comfortable speaking to unfamiliar people, so she turned to a familiar colleague, trying to make her step up and explain. Kaian Nuo held her phone with both hands, her fingers flying over the screen. I'm discussing the 80,000 issue with my aunt. I need to investigate further. If it turns out the other party intentionally harmed the strong wind to extort money, then they need to pay me back. Yao Yike. The whole world has gone crazy. Did I sleep through a night and the world evolved? Did you all evolve without me? No, you aren't even sure about the truth of the matter. Just because she said she was pricked by a needle, does that mean she was? Yao Yike said helplessly. I was at the scene at the time and I didn't even know. Everything has to have evidence. Even if we assume she was pricked, it's been so long that the wound has healed. How can you ask someone to pay for it? Moreover, how could you just inexplicably believe in reading minds and go find someone? Isn't that a bit too ridiculous? In the latter part of the sentence, Yao Yike's voice noticeably lowered and she didn't shout loudly. Wen Youning did not provide much explanation and casually said, as if changing the subject, Jiafeng said you've been going to the stable every night to tell it stories. It's getting really annoyed. Yao Yike's belly full of complaints just got caught in her throat. What? Yao Yike feels like her brain is not enough. What story is being told? Gale, the fairy tale story of the fish catching the prince. Don't know the fish, don't know the sea. The horse doesn't understand, not pleasant to hear. As a horse raised in a zoo since childhood, Jiafeng finds it hard to understand the story, as it is full of unfamiliar words. Wen Youning expressionlessly translates, The Little Mermaid. Yao Yike. You know this. Have you installed surveillance in the stable? Yao Yike couldn't believe it, though she said that the surveillance of the horse farm wasn't managed by the park. The area was too large, and each section had its own monitoring room. She went to the stable 800 times a day, so if someone had sneakily installed something in there, she would have seen it at a glance. So as soon as this guess came out, she directly dismissed it herself. But what if it was what Jiafeng was thinking? Yao Yike closed her eyes, feeling that she might not be fully awake yet. Don't be too surprised. Kaian Nuo pretended that after realizing for the first time that mind reading was real, he didn't panic like her, feeling as if his worldview had been overturned. I've gotten used to it. Yao Yike. At this moment, when thinking back, I wondered why the park already had so many doctors but still needed to recruit another one. She seemed to know the answer. Look at the expression of the caretaker, as if the sky has collapsed. Poor little Jiafeng feels like crying even while resting on Teacher Wen's shoulder. Anyone in this situation would feel wronged, injured and still getting scolded and locked up. The more I think about it, the more pitiful it seems. The matter is already settled. If it weren't for Teacher Wen bringing it up, this issue might have just ended up unresolved. It's not just that. If today the fierce wind comes out to retaliate against other visitors and hurts someone, the fierce wind might be considered insane and dealt with directly. The poor little horse still did not know it had just walked through the gates of hell. It is closely next to Wen Youning and does not intend to leave. Yao Yike said while gripping the reins, "Then I'll take the gale back first and bring it out again later to receive the tourists." No. The swift wind immediately struggled up, with the words, "I don't want to leave," almost written on its forehead. Yao Yike could tell at a glance that swift wind was about to trip, so she hurriedly moved to the side to avoid being kicked. "Wen Youning, how much is swift wind per hour? I'll hire it for a day." Hugh, upon hearing this, swift wind immediately jumped up without a word, directly over the fence in front of it. Yao Yike instinctively tightened the reins and was pulled forward, crashing directly into Cayenne Newell. She leaned against the railing and stood firm, hesitatingly saying, "Didn't they say that it is not suitable for visitors to come right now due to the strong wind?" Her voice faded. Looking at the eager expression on Jiafeng's face, it seemed there wasn't really a question of whether it was suitable or not. Yao Yike said, "Then come over here to register, and we will count the time once you return after riding." The swift horse turned back and grabbed the reins from her hand, eagerly delivering them into Wen Youning's grasp. "Take it, quickly take it." Yao Yike was so angry she laughed. You. Not knowing what to say, she decided to ignore the little horse with its changing expressions and turned to say, "Cayenne Newell, you should get a horse too." "Okay." Cayenne Newell pointed to the white horse beside him and said, "I want this one, it looks a bit gentler." I also chose a means of transportation. It's very tiring to walk across half of the zoo. When you get on the horse, remember to act like you ride often. Otherwise, some horses might be scared by your awkward movements and will deliberately startle you. Yao Yike brought over the white horse and didn't forget to remind softly. "Last time I went to the zoo, I encountered a brown pony that frightened me and even mimicked me. This is so bad, I suggest you send it to my house so I can teach it a lesson. And my little cat too. It can always spot the one among all my friends who is afraid of cats and scares him to screams." Cayenne Newell nodded heavily, indicating that she had learned, and according to Yao Yike's guidance, she first grabbed firmly and then stepped on. The horses that come out of the zoo with tourists are all strong and robust, and at this height, mounting the horse is indeed a bit difficult. With the help of Yao Yike, Cayenne Newell was still panting heavily, barely managing to pull herself onto the horse's back with one hand. Cayenne Newell, who was exhausted to the point of death, looked up and saw Jiafeng kneeling on the ground. Judging by its obsequious appearance, it probably would have just plopped down if it weren't afraid of not being able to get back up, to avoid Wen Youning stretching her legs. Cayenne Newell, looking at her own white horse, then at Jiafeng kneeling in front of Wen Youning. The feeling of envy uncontrollably overflows from all over the face. Wen Youning mounted the horse, placed her feet properly in the stirrups, and swift stretched out its front legs, lifting itself up with the back legs, moving quickly and steadily. Yao Yike exclaimed, "You can do these things." Looking back at how tourists used to mount the horse, Swift would still scare people back then, but today it has become so considerate. She mounts her horse all by herself. Cayenne Newell huffed and puffed for a long time before finally climbing up, while Yao Yike held the reins and asked, "Let's go, where to?" "To the hatchery." Yao Yike raised his hand to call a colleague over to help lead a horse, but Wen Youning was one step ahead and tightened the reins. "Giddy up." The swift wind made it run. "Hey," Yao Yike shouted, wait a moment." With the hand released here, the white horse behind neighed, seeming like it wanted to chase, so she hurriedly focused her attention back on the white horse. Cayenne Newell shouted, "Teacher Wen, can you ride a horse?" "I've learned it." Wen Youning slowed down as she noticed they hadn't caught up, spinning in place with a swift breeze. To be precise, not only has she learned it, but she has also ridden zebras and wild horses. Yao Yike caught up while holding the horse. "Your movements look very professional." Nay, of course. Jiafeng doesn't know anything, but that doesn't stop Jiafeng from bragging. After the grievances that only I know about were exposed, Jiafeng's mood improved quite a bit. I no longer have that initial pretense of being very honest, then secretly going crazy to outsmart everyone. The tourists' riding horses consist of one tourist, one horse and one tethered caretaker, creating a very harmonious pairing, and their speed is quite slow. Therefore, even though Wen Youning rides slowly and does not gallop, there are still quite a few people looking over this way. Cayenne Newell thought for a moment and said, "Teacher Wen, why don't you wait for me at the incubation room?" The speed of the horse is about the same as her own walking, but it is much slower than Wen Youling's normal riding pace. Wen Youning shook her head. "Teacher Wen," Cayenne Newell was greatly moved, "you are still thinking of waiting for me." Wen Youning deliberately teased her, mischievously saying, "I don't know the way." Cayenne Newell, though, recollecting a touch of emotion. Wen Youning rides alongside Cayenne Newell on a horse. Cayenne Newell said, "There are many side paths inside, unlike our side where it's close to the southern end of the zoo. The areas here are larger by several times." His words barely hide his envy. Some animals need a large range, just like horse racing. A bare mountains range is not enough for horses to frolic. In front of some cute little animal enclosures, the number of visitors is always the highest. The swift walked to the roadside, opened its mouth and bit down on an unknown leaf to chew. During confinement, the food is also halved, as it is meant to serve as a punishment. The swift initially came out to seek revenge, but the plan was paused before it even began. After running a few steps, it was already hungry. Wen Youning checked the leaves. They were non-toxic and the horse could eat them, but they probably didn't taste good. "Do you bring horse fodder when you go out?" "No," Yao Yike patted her empty pockets. Feeding a horse is not like feeding a small cat or dog. It's not as convenient as carrying cat treats. Wen Youning jumped off Jiafeng and said, "This is it. You take Jiafeng back to eat." "Huh?" The strong wind, with its mouth full of leaves, tilted its head and quickly spat out the leaves. "I'm not going back." Wen Youning picked the branches off the strong wind's mouth and said, "Let's go back for a good meal. I'll stay here to work and can come find you to play often." "We? Really?" "Of course." Yao Yike stepped forward and took the reins of Jiafeng. "We haven't reached the designated area yet. Are you sure you don't want to ride?" Let's go back." Wen Youning patted Jiafeng's back. "Give it more fodder." "Okay, don't worry. I will definitely feed Jiafeng well." Yao Yike knew she had wronged it before, so she had to make up for it double on the way back. Cayenne Newell can't ride a horse, and after swaying on it for half a day, her legs hurt. Now when she jumps down, her legs are sore. Just in time for Yao Yike to bring the horse back together. "Let's go," Cayenne Newell waved her hand. "Just charge it directly to my employee card." "I'll take care of it." Yao Yike didn't plan to ask for money. "Thank you so much for helping with Jiafeng." Saying this, Yao Yike bowed to her. "Come and play often when you have time." "So formal, don't worry with me here. I will definitely take Teacher Wen around the park often," Cayenne Newell said to Wen Youning. "Just now, my colleague sent me a message saying that the environmental humidity and temperature have also met the standards. It's clear that Jiafeng doesn't want to leave yet, haha. It feels like Jiafeng is now suspicious of the whole world, only trusting Teacher Wen. It's making my heart flutter, and I want to ride a horse too, even though I can't." The gale was pulling away, almost turning back every few steps until it was out of sight. On the road behind, Cayenne Newell was almost running. The previous tests didn't show anything, but once we got to the incubation room and signed, we still had to wait. Now that the results are out, we can leave directly with the staff delivering the goose eggs after signing. The incubation room is just a name. It's not just a separate indoor space. It takes up almost the same area as the Monkey Mountain. Different layers are divided based on the incubation method, and the rooms are distinguished separately. The testing for goose egg incubation is all done on the first floor. Kai and Yu went in to sign, while Wen Youning waited outside. Next door they were raising a raccoon cub. The fluffy little raccoon has black eye patches, and its tail has alternating black and white rings. When they are young, they look like a soft little ball huddled together. Often, people can't tell them apart from red pandas. The light in the hatching room is on, and you can feel the warmth even standing outside the glass. While no one is around, sneakily catch one and tuck it in your pocket. A small raccoon. Instant noodles used to be so cute when I was a kid. Look at that one in the lower left corner, sleeping with a piece of meat in its mouth, haha. The little raccoon inside is sleeping soundly, and the one on the left with its eyes closed suddenly stretches its leg, as if having a dream spasm, and gives the little raccoon right below it a kick. The little raccoon that got kicked rolled onto the second level, and the meat in its mouth didn't fall out. Woo, oh, ow, the little raccoon rolls around on the second level. Woo, it hurts so much. My leg hurts so much. Hearing the commotion, the staff rushed over. What happened? What happened? My God, hurry up and stop looking. It's clearly choking on meat, the man behind hurriedly shouted. Quickly use the Heimlich maneuver, get it out fast, or else it'll suffocate. Oh, good, the staff are busy and orderly pressing on. The little raccoon is crying out loudly, ow, whoa, wow, ooh. Leg, stomach, eye. Dong dong. Wen Youning was afraid of startling the sleeping raccoon, so she could only gently knock on the glass. It's not choked, it's my leg. I just rolled down and hurt my leg. The staff was startled, realizing only then that there was someone outside the glass. Leg, the Heimlich maneuver stopped, and the raccoon's cries of pain also ceased. The soft raccoon lay limply in the staff's arms, one of its legs clearly distorted, evidently injured when it fell. The Heimlich maneuver. This is clearly the Heimlich method for immediate death. Breeder, watch me not save you. Goodness, beaten like this and still unwilling to let go of the meat it's holding. Well, not only did I accidentally sprain my ankle, but I also got beaten up. Poor little guy. The intention behind the rescue was good, but next time I suggest making sure before setting off. We almost crushed the little raccoon. The staff followed the direction pointed out by Wen Youning and discovered that the little raccoon's paw was not right, which made them realize they had rescued the wrong thing. With injuries, they could only hold it and go find an animal doctor, which was beyond what they could handle. Once Kai and Yu signed, he saw Wen Youning crouching nearby watching the raccoon. Teacher Wen, I've signed. The staff is taking the car to send the goose eggs to the park. Shall we hitch a ride together? Okay. Wen Youning felt relieved when he saw the staff take the little raccoon away. A professional doctor can take an X-ray to make a general diagnosis. Those who come to the zoo to be veterinarians must have real skills, and such minor illnesses shouldn't pose any problems. As noon approached, the outdoor temperature continued to rise. Most tourists began to shift their focus indoors. The zoo's tour bus has air conditioning and drives straight into the aviary. The small garden has been temporarily closed. It will not be open to the public while the swans are incubating their eggs. Staff members put on gloves. Kai and Yu, put on your gloves. In a while, you will go and place the eggs inside. The task of delivering the goose egg should be entrusted to the keepers who are familiar with the swans. When it comes to goose eggs, it can easily provoke the mute swan into a frenzy, indiscriminately attacking everyone present. Ah, me! Thinking of her glorious incident of being chased by the mute swan before, she decisively took a step back. Let's let Teacher Wen handle it. At this moment, if anyone could go in to deliver the goose eggs without being chased by the mute swan, it would only be Wen Youning. The staff member paused as he opened the box. Aren't you the one who has spent the most time with the mute swan? The swan isn't close to you, but is to newcomers. Kai and Yu. You don't have to remind me of such hurtful things repeatedly. The truth is a sharp blade. Wen Youning took the gloves handed to her by the staff and said, I'll take the box in directly. That's fine, pressing this latch will cause it to pop open automatically, the staff emphasized. Be careful when delivering. If the swan shows any signs of aggression, don't just drop the egg and run. Remember to take the egg out with you. The goose egg that has lost its original scent may be rejected by the knob-billed swan, especially if the swan is sick. It may categorize the egg and humans as the same. Wen Youning picked up the box, opened the small garden door and walked in. It was very quiet inside, not a single blade of grass on the ground, clearly having been cleaned up in advance. The wrinkled-nosed swan is sleeping. Wen Youning comes into contact with many animals, and her body has a mixed scent, so the wrinkled-nosed swan did not detect the person approaching her in advance. The two wrinkled-nosed swans snuggled together, raising their heads slightly in vigilance. The unfamiliar scent of other animals made them spread their wings and prepare to attack. When it recognized Wen Youning, it withdrew its aggression, lowered its head and rubbed against her. Woo! I'm here to deliver the eggs. Wen Youning didn't wait for them to fly over and went in first. There are only two, and one egg can't be brought back for some reason at the moment. You'll only see it when the little swan hatches. Wen Youning put on gloves. Don't move, just lie there like this. Nyan anxiously rested her head on Wen Youning's wrist, but instead of pecking the box, she waited quietly. 2 eggs were safely delivered into the nest where the knob-nosed swan was lying. Nyan and Dayan are all snuggled up in the nest. Woo! Shall we hatch together? Wen Youning gently touched their heads. It's good to hatch together, it won't be boring. Food was delivered to a designated spot at that time, so there was no need to go out looking for food. More time was spent on hatching. The eggs that Wen Youning brought back, the 2 knob-nosed swans showed no doubts at all. Oh, that's nice, I'm fulfilled. They really cherish their eggs. The staff waited outside for Wen Youning to bring back the box, stroking his jaw and said, It seems this newcomer is indeed more liked by the knob-nosed swans than you. Kyan knew, with a gentle smile and touched to the point of tears welling up in her eyes. She slapped the wall. If you have nothing to say, don't force a conversation. I don't really want to talk to you either. The atmosphere has been completely ruined. Wen Youning came out carrying the box, and the staff took it and left without saying a word. Kyan Yu gritted her teeth and turned to look at the swans inside. Teacher Wen, do you think they will attack me if I go in now? No, just don't get too close. When Youning tilted her head, the 2 swans inside were still stretching their necks to observe outside. Go in. I'll go with you. Kyan Yu's concern for the swans has been undeniable. She has been on edge all this time, but now that it's quiet, she should have a close encounter with the swans. The knob-nosed swan merely glanced at them and didn't react in any other way. Recently, Kyan Yu, who had been driven away by the knob-nosed swan, took a deep breath and said, Woo-woo. The swan is finally not fierce to her anymore. With her hands empty, Kyan Yu felt embarrassed to approach and stood up saying, Teacher Wen, can you help me take a look? I'm going to get some fish. Wen Youning sat under the tree. I'll go. Before she finished speaking, Kyan Yu dashed out. Go ahead. Why are you running so fast? Kyan Yu didn't go back to the dorm to get frozen fish, but instead pushed a whole box of live fish, along with the water, directly to the sink. Come on, eat without holding back, don't be polite. In less than 5 minutes, Kyan Yu returned pushing a small cart in a hurry. The small cart was placed next to the knob-nosed swan, filled to the brim with fish of various kinds. The already full part of the fish was pushed up out of the water. Dayandian took a quick glance inside and pulled out a grass carp to eat with Nyan. Kyan Yu just watched, not participating in the feeding, and couldn't help but smile as she sat next to Wen Youning, looking at the swan with a full heart of love. Soon, I will have little swans to raise. She muttered, took out her phone, focused, and started taking pictures. They were all saved and displayed on the bulletin board in the bird park. Ding dong, the animal medical equipment you're following has updated the video. Ka-cha, with a series of continuous shots, a pop-up video appeared and Wen Youning instinctively swiped. Pet new type of wheelchair, fixed bracket, no need for the owner's help, pets can move in by themselves, intelligent detection confirms position, automatically retracts to bind, actively disengages from the fixed bracket, enabling pets to wear it independently. What kind of new technology is this? It looks really impressive. A pet wheelchair. Wen Youning couldn't help but ask, as it seemed to be the same model used in the general's house. Yes, it also comes with a promotional video. Wen Youning noticed Wen Youning's interest and opened the video. She thought it was an advertisement, but after opening it she realized it looked like a live recording, a popular video released an hour ago and reposted by the official account. Wen Youning laughed out loud. Wow, this video is so funny. After passing the review, Wen Youning opened her phone. Wen Youning, the German Shepherd, is paralyzed and is running all over the street with their wheelchair. It has a tabby cat on its head, and the most ridiculous part is that there is a red falcon on the tabby cat's head. The red falcon and the tabby cat are always fighting. The German Shepherd is both mediating fights and running into the police station to file a report. Who came up with this promotional video? It's just too absurd. The German Shepherd and the tabby cat do look a bit familiar, and I feel like I've seen that red falcon somewhere too. Wen Youning flipped through the phone's bullet comments, her mind wandering. That is indeed a bit ridiculous. After a pause, she suddenly widened her eyes. No, that's not right. Wen Youning's smile gradually became stiff. No way. She found it hard to believe and replayed the video that had just ended repeatedly. Is that General and the dried fish? The red falcon was also the one that appeared in Wen Youning's live broadcast. It's over, I still have to treat other animals. My house has been stolen. I've been watching the live stream, just exited, and the trending is the General's. The official account just retweeted. The video was recorded by a bystander during their daily activities, and it's probably already at the police station now. I really laughed to death. Teacher Wen's expression, hee, interesting. The next moment, no, hee, something's wrong. Not just one person took a photo of the General. On the way, I saw these few fluffy ones walking like a stacked doll, with the one with the worst legs at the bottom. Many people found it interesting and eagerly took videos and photos, starting to chat in the comments. The background in the photo keeps changing until finally capturing them entering the police station. Well, this saves the trouble of calling the police. They went there by themselves. Wen Youning trembled as she reached out her hand to wave in front of her. Teacher Wen, are you okay? When the call from Xi Jinping popped up on her phone, Wen Youning got up hastily and said, I'll go to the police station first. You take care of things here. Wen Youning originally wanted to say she would go too, but considering that the wart-nosed swan hadn't cleaned up the fishing boxes and the small carts were carelessly left on the road, she hesitated and decided to stay and finish these tasks first. Wen Youning, okay, Teacher Wen, please be safe on the way and don't rush. They have already arrived at the police station, very safe. Wen Youning responded, and as she turned, she had already run out of the small garden. The viewers in the live broadcast room knew about the General escaping with dried fish and the red falcon, and they all exited the live broadcast room to watch the video. In the chat, it was inevitable to mention Wen Youning's live broadcast room, and later someone directly posted, at Animal Doctor Wen Youning, click to watch the live version. The parents are on their way. It's okay, there are police protecting us, we can't hit the child in front of them. On the surface, Big Sister is here to take you home. Back at home, you will pay for this ungrateful child. The parents are so irresponsible, not locking the doors and windows when going out. How did the paralyzed German Shepherd get out? Although I remember that Teacher Wen was live streaming when he left, right? He locked the door and even double-locked it with the key. Hello, Wen Youning walked through the door of the police station. The female police officer turned to look and asked, "Is there something you need?" Wen Youning said, "I'm looking for Shijin Cheng." The female police officer paused and said, "Oh, you are here to pick up those little animals, right? Brother Chen has gone to a meeting, come with me." "Thank you." The female police officer led her into the lounge and asked, "Is that red falcon also yours?" "I rescued it, its wings are injured." The female police officer nodded, understood the situation and did not ask too many questions. "They are all inside. I'll call Chen over when he comes out." She was very busy with work and didn't stay long after bringing the person in. "Sister is here. Meow, go greet her at the door." "No, Meow, tricked the sparrow." "Why would a falcon go? Isn't it foolish?" "Meow. Go out and catch." "Tweed. Only a fool would go." The red falcon and the little tabby cat glared at each other angrily, and the next moment they both turned their attention to the German Shepherd, who was engrossed in eating dog food. The German Shepherd licked his nose and looked up in confusion. Woof. Inside, the voices of heartbeats and small animals communicating rose and fell, and the two fluffy ones created a lively atmosphere reminiscent of a morning market. As Wen Youning pushed open the door, the half-paralyzed German Shepherd struggled to support his upper body with his front paws. His eyes curved into a smile, tongue sticking out and tail wagging. Woof woof. I was fooled by the red falcon and the little tabby cat, and felt happy without knowing what was going on. Wen Youning was a bit angry at first. It was too dangerous for them to just run out like that. Fortunately, it was on a busy street, and with the red falcon, a second-level protected animal, people were curious but wouldn't dare to openly do anything. But a busy street also means a lot of cars. Wen Youning felt a wave of fear. Seeing the general looking so silly, it was both infuriating and amusing. General. Slow and dull like a general, even the big teeth that were bared retreated in this dangerous tone. It took 2 steps back. The wheelchair couldn't turn and could only go straight back and forth. It backed up against the table and silently began to shift sideways, turning the wheelchair in a new direction, then dashed back recklessly, burrowing under the table with its head facing the wall. Burying its head inside, it's perfectly hidden. Ha ha ha, what's wrong with this little dog? It pays attention to the front but not the back. Teacher Wen's face must be very bad now, scaring the general. The general is clearly not the mastermind of this incident. Wen Youning cast her gaze on the two who have a history of sneaking out. "Tell me, who opened the door?" The little tabby raised a paw and pointed. Meow. The red falcon tilted its head. Goo. Yid. The red falcon and the small tabby cat both made sounds, pointing in the direction of their target. Only half of the German Shepherd's butt was visible. The German Shepherd's gaze sneakily looked outside, and seeing everyone staring at him, he couldn't help but wag his tail, wagged it again. Wen Youning. This big silly guy. She put her hands on her hips and said, "The general can't even reach the doorknob when he's paralyzed." PFFD hahaha. The general is still young. How can you two bear to let it carry such a heavy burden? What? You two are also young and the general is the oldest. Then it's fine. Meow. Stinky Bird opened the door. Meow cannot say it was the meow that pressed the doorknob. Jeeba. It's obviously a stinky cat. If a falcon said it was the falcon that opened the door with the key, the falcon would be doomed. Wen Youning raised an eyebrow, collaborating on the crime. One outside opens the door with a key, while the other inside pushes the doorknob right. No wonder they couldn't find a mastermind. It turns out it was the result of teamwork. You are indeed brave and resourceful, even took a mount when going out. The little tabby exploded with anger. Meow. Oh no. The red-backed hawk also shook, realizing that eavesdropping on the voices of nationally protected animals is illegal. Wen Youning's mind is buzzing. For a moment, I didn't know what to say, so I could only repeatedly say, okay, okay, okay. On the surface, everything seemed calm, but inside, I was about to explode with anger. Meow, meow. The tabby cat jumped on the table and pawed at her hand. Don't worry, I remembered to close the door when the cat came out. Wen Youning. Am I worried about this? The child is quiet, they must be up to something. That's it, Teacher Wen is really angry this time. You all better be ready to face the consequences. Wen Youning sat on the sofa with her arms crossed, deliberately putting on a stern face to let the little animals know about the dangers outside, saying, "It's very dangerous for you to go out like this, do you understand? You might get caught by someone." Meow, the little tabby glanced at the red falcon. The red falcon shook its feathers and said, "Coo. It's fine, the falcon is a nationally protected species. No one dares to catch it." Hey, I. Pretending to have a cold face was almost breaking down. Wen Youning bit her lip. Laughing in this situation would lose its deterrent effect. You understand quite a lot. But even if you're not caught by someone, what if you're hit by a car? Cars have blind spots. Woof. Stack high. Meow. If you stack it up, humans can see the cat. Following humans at the traffic lights won't get hit. Trying to educate the fluffy one, but ended up being educated myself. This. It seems there is indeed some truth to it. Wen Youning raised her hand to rub her forehead. Forget it, let's just give him a beating. Meow wow. Chirp. Wang. At that moment the door opened, and Shi Jincheng entered with a smile. The small animals all hurried to hide behind him. After the red falcon followed and paused, it thought something was off. Why were they hiding? What could a falcon be hiding from? Shi Jincheng turned to look at the three of them. The general was running too fast, and the wheelchair hit the wall several times but didn't stop. What's going on here? Shi Jincheng looked bewildered, as he hadn't integrated into the environment. Facing the raised eyebrow signal from Wen Youning, Shi Jincheng cleared his throat and took a big step to the left. What good does it do to hide behind me? If she gets anxious, she'll hit me too, and I won't be able to fight back. Bullet screen. Ha ha ha, Shi Jincheng. After hitting them, they can't hit me anymore. It's okay, you're currently at work, and if Teacher Wen dares to hit you, it's considered assaulting a police officer. Feel free to use the fluffy ones as meat shields. You are in a boss invincibility frame, so try to absorb as much damage as you can. Meow. The little tabby was the first to jump up, rubbing against Wen Youning's arms and rolling around cutely, meowing more adorably than usual. The cold and ruthless little cat of Wen Youning. Can acting cute prevent me from getting hit? Meow. The little tabby licked her fingertip and rubbed eagerly against her wrist. This stickiness. The red falcon squinted its eyes in obvious disdain. The fawning cat began again. It flew down humbly and perched on Wen Youning's shoulder, tilting its head, rubbing. Very hardcore. The soft down feathers on the red falcon's head are very delicate, somewhat like the high-quality down inside a down jacket. The general squeezed out from Shi Jincheng, laying his head on Wen Youning's leg. Woo, woof. The little animals are soft and snuggled up to you, with their eyes pitifully reflecting only your image. Just a glance makes your heart melt completely. Wen Youning's fingertips moved but stopped herself from petting the cat. Do you know you were wrong? The focus is not on the process, but on the result that the little animals should realize that running outside casually is dangerous and wrong. Meow. I know I was wrong. Woof woof. The dog knows it was wrong too. Missing a sound, Wen Youning glanced sideways at the red hawk on her shoulder and asked, The red falcon shook its feathers and said, Coo. Wrong. Wen Youning asked again, Are you willing to do it next time? Meow. I don't dare. Of course. As soon as the thought came out, the little tabby instantly got agitated and followed up with 2 meows. Of course I don't dare. Patch up her own thoughts. The little tabby flurried around, acting cute and trying to muddle through. Anyway, you are not allowed next time. Wen Youning said while covering the little cat's belly, if there is a next time I will punish you by making you take a bath twice a day. Meow. The little tabby was so scared that its pupils shrank into a vertical line. For a little cat that fears nothing, taking a bath is a terrifying thing. The red falcon does not mind bathing, but it really dislikes getting its wings wet. Flying feels very uncomfortable when wet, and if completely soaked, it might even be unable to fly. Both fluffy ones have been threatened only. The general wagged his tail, woof woof. Good. Done. It hit the general right in the heart. General, is there such a good thing? This wave is purely a reward. Wen Youning gave a tug on the German shepherd's ear. I punish you to only eat dog food for a week, and you are forbidden to eat all kinds of snacks. The German shepherd's smile disappeared from his face, but after thinking, eating dog food is also fine. Wen Youning said, eat the kind that Jinchen bought for you, it's not the pure meat food I made. Woof. The German shepherd opened its eyes wide, feeling like the sky had fallen. Jinchen looked at the reactions of the small animal and felt that they should have realized the importance of this event. I was startled when they came looking for me, thinking you had brought them over, but when I went out to check, I found out you weren't there. Jinchen poured a cup of warm water. I don't even know how they got out. I just downloaded the home surveillance, but then suddenly had a meeting, and I still haven't had a chance to look at it. The surveillance is to keep an eye on the situation of the general. After all, it's a half-paralyzed dog, and it's inconvenient in many matters. Installing a surveillance system, the general is very clever, and if there's anything, he will ask for help through the monitoring. If the German shepherd falls or gets something on top of it, the surveillance will issue a danger warning, and he can get back in time to help. It was today. Seeing my own dog at the police station was quite unexpected. Wen Youning said, the red kite opened the door in coordination with the dried fish. Jinchen originally thought it was a problem with the door lock. After hearing Wen Youning say this, he clicked on the video without hesitation. He really wanted to see how the red kite opened the door. The surveillance video in the corridor was adjusted to the time when Wen Youning left, and it clearly shows Wen Youning locking the door twice after closing it with the key, then pulling out the key and putting it under a flower pot at the entrance. Usually, the spare keys at home are kept here. Less than half an hour after Wen Youning left, the red kite appeared at the front door. Teacher Wen went to work, and the red kite probably felt bored and couldn't follow. So I came back to play with the general and the dried fish. The red falcon did not open the door directly, but first peered inside through the peephole. However, from the outside, the view inside was naturally blurred and unclear. It jumped onto the flower pot and lowered its head, swaying for a long time. Jinchen didn't quite understand animal behavior, nor could he comprehend the meaning of the red falcon's actions. What is it doing? Even though Wen Youning couldn't hear the voice of the red falcon in the surveillance playback, she could see at a glance what the little guy was thinking. It wants to take the key but finds the flower pot dirty. Jinchen, whoa. Still just the cleanliness-obsessed red falcon. The flowers in the flower pot have already withered and dried. The leaves are brittle, and there is barely half a pot of soil left. The red-tailed hawk didn't want to dirty its beak, so it switched to using its claws to push, and after a while of effort, a string tied to a key appeared under the flower pot. With a hook of its claws, the red-tailed hawk flapped its wings, using the momentum to pull the key out. With the key in hand, opening the door became quite simple. The red-tailed hawk's claws grasped the key, attempting to insert it into the keyhole. Standing on the doorknob, The red falcon had enough time to try a little bit at a time until it could push in. Wen Youning saw the red falcon when locking the door. It couldn't remember which direction to twist, but it could twist one side and then switch to the other side, until after several turns with a click sound, the door lock opened. Inside the room, the tabby cat and the German shepherd had already been guarding the door since the red falcon first heard the sounds outside. Coo! In the video, after the red falcon unlocked the door, it jumped twice on the doorknob, trying to use its weight to press the doorknob down. No matter how much it jumps and scurries, the doorknob remains completely still. Just when the red hawk was competing with the doorknob suddenly clicked down. The red hawk shivered, and the slowly opening door met the gaze of the small tabby cat hanging on the doorknob inside. All right, everyone has chosen what they're good at. If either of you is missing, you can't open this door. It's only prepared for dogs, not for cats, and definitely not for cats and hawks teaming up. Don't overlook the general's efforts. The general plays a crucial role here as a cat stepping stone, helping the little tabby get up to grab the doorknob. Haha. The little animals in the video had a quiet conspiracy, so quiet that the surveillance couldn't capture any sound. The general skillfully walked to the rack with the pet wheelchair hanging on it, climbed in, and the straps of the wheelchair automatically retracted. After putting on the wheelchair, it excitedly went out. In the end, the little kitten pushed the door shut tightly and carried the key that fell to the ground into the general's wheelchair pocket, and conveniently took out the fish jerky from the wheelchair pocket to eat it herself. Smooth action, clear target, Xi Jinping commented. Not bad, not bad. Meow. Yes, meow. The little tabby responded first. That's enough. Wen Youning picked up the little tabby cat. Let's go home. Went out to play for the whole morning. Wen Youning guessed that they should have come out to chase their own, but since the zoo is far away and after being repeatedly warned not to let the red falcon follow, they changed their target and came directly to find Xi Jinping to play. If it were at our place, we could just put them in the lounge, Xi Jinping sighed. If it weren't for the fact that this lounge was borrowed from another colleague, he would indeed want to keep these little guys to play with. Xi Jinping said, that recent case has been a real headache for me. It's good to relax by looking at little animals. The topic was somewhat sensitive, so Wen Youning temporarily turned off the audio and video of the live stream. Wen Youning asked, aren't the people already caught? There are two suspects involved in the robbery. One is Wang Yishui, who is hiding in the zoo, and the other is a local person named Yin Feng, whom Wang Yishui implicated. Yin Feng was caught the day after Wang Yishui was arrested, but when they searched his house, they didn't find the stolen gold. This person has no father or mother and lacks close friends. The only close relationship seems to be with his girlfriend, but tracing this girlfriend's lead revealed that her parents reported her missing 3 days ago. The people have been caught, but the gold hasn't been found. All leads have run cold, and this case still has a ways to go. Wen Youning, is this something that can be said? Isn't it confidential? Xi Jinping waved his hand and said, if we can't figure it out today, we'll have to reward the nearby residents for clues. The case has been dragged on for a long time. Only after coming to City A did the case show any signs of progress, as no clues could be found back home. By the way, regarding the reward for Wang Yishui, I reported it in your name. Xi Jinping lifted his chin lightly. I can be trusted. Wen Youning was taken aback. After all, it was you who found it, and I'm not the type to take credit. It belongs to whoever deserves it. You just wait to collect your money. Although Wen Youning was initially aiming for the bounty, she ultimately helped the police catch Wang Yishui, so the reward was quite appropriate for her. All right, I'll wait for your good news. She got up and called out, let's go, it's time for us to head home. The red falcon perched on her shoulder, and the little tabby cat in her arms refused to get down, while the general looked around, left and right, realizing he was the only one left on the ground. It raised its head and lifted its paw, trying to join in the fun. Woof! Huh, Wen Youning already had two fluffy ones hanging on her. You're too big, let's go outside. Woof woo! The general wagged its tail, and seeing that it couldn't leap up, it gave up. Wen Youning placed the little tabby cat on it to keep it company. Let's go home. She said, I'll take the general back to my place first. You can come to my house after your shift to take care of it. Okay, Shi Jincheng followed out. I might be late tonight. I still have to attend a meeting about this case. Integrate all the information at hand and make a summary. It was noon, and the officer poured half a bag of dog food into the corner feeding station. When he turned around, he saw Shi Jincheng, Brother Cheng. Shi Jincheng feeding the dogs. Yeah, once the dog food is finished, I'll refill it for them. Wen Youning watched the small dogs rush over to eat the dog food, wagging their tails and crowded together, eating happily. The general has a very good temperament and wants to get closer to its kind to eat with them. You've already eaten enough. Wen Youning didn't forget the bowl of dog food in the lounge. She patted the general's belly and pulled him back a bit, not allowing him to eat any more. Shi Jincheng squatted down and rubbed a black and white dog. The last time I came here, there weren't as many strays. I wonder if the strays internally know that there's dog food here, and the news spreads from 1 to 10 to 100 and they all come over. By the way, why don't you take a shot in the live broadcast room to help find an adoption? It's the police officers and staff here who have voluntarily created this small feeding station for stray dogs. It's unprofessional, and everyone is very busy. To care for stray dogs, they need to be caught and neutered, walked on a leash. And sometimes the officers are so busy they might not even go home for a week, which makes it impossible to take care of these dogs. It's not too good to keep them free range like this all the time. If we can find a reliable adopter, it would also give these little ones a warm home. As long as you all agree, Wen Youning recorded individual videos of the puppies, planning to post them on the homepage so that interested adopters could see them clearly. Woof, woof! The white puppy growled protectively over its food, but after one growl and seeing that Wen Youning did not respond, it turned its head and continued eating. Do humans love to eat this too? Actually, this is not the most delicious. It's still the best when given by Sister Bai. Don't compete with Wang. Wen Youning gave this clever little guy a close-up of its face. Sister Bai, you understand surnames too. Woof! It is the sister in the white dress. Just like Wang. Wang, the white puppy who was eating, raised its head and stared blankly at Wen Youning not far away. Patting the surprised puppy's head, Wen Youning stood up and said, I've finished taking the photos. Let's screen the adopters before sending them to you. The people who adopt are mixed. To avoid situations where some people do not cherish the animals, we need to set higher requirements before the puppies are adopted. A specific set of regulations needs to be established, and there are many practical matters to address. Shi Jincheng squatted down and said, Goodbye to Dad, General. Woof! On the way home, Wen Youning encountered multiple people taking photos with their phones. Mainly, these three little animals are just too eye-catching. The traffic pool for video promotion prioritizes those who are nearby. It can be said that those living in this area are very likely to come across these videos. Wen Youning is bringing them back now, naturally attracting a lot of people's attention. Top flow, absolutely top flow. If I were there, I would take pictures too. By the way, isn't the Red Falcon planning to get a name? No, sister, changing the name changes its nature. Then it becomes a punishment. I spent the whole morning fussing around. Just safely bring these three plushies home. Except for the Red Falcon, which kept its paws off the ground the entire time. Both the tabby cat and the German shepherd had to wipe their paws before coming inside. Otherwise, every step leaves a dust footprint. The little tabby didn't walk much either. She spent most of her time on the German Shepherd and still had her paws wiped by Wen Youning. Meow, the little tabby protested. Meow, no bath. Just a little wipe. Wen Youning rubbed the little cat's paw. All right, go play. The little tabby hurriedly ran away, finding what it thought was a safe place to lick its paws. HMPH. Wen Youning helped the general take apart the wheelchair, rubbing the areas where the restraints were, which had been pressing for a long time, leaving marks on its fur. The general is lying on the sofa, comfortably murmuring woo-woo non-stop. Wen Youning picked up the computer and started preparing to edit the video. If anyone is thinking about adopting a pet for companionship, you can check out my video which has pet adoption information. But the requirements are quite strict, so please act within your capabilities. Wow, is the document I am editing the adoption requirements? It's so long. Adoption should be strict. Teacher Wen, emergency, please answer, it's urgent. Wen Youning paused her fingers on the keyboard. Hello, emergency. The video call connected and a slightly flustered girl appeared on the screen. Yes, it's an emergency. My dog suddenly went crazy. The pure white Pomeranian was spinning in front of the girl, occasionally letting out low growls and barking non-stop. Can you help me see if it has rabies? The girl squatted beside the Pomeranian, bringing her phone's camera closer. Wen Youning said, the eye color is normal and there's no drooling. There are no obvious symptoms. If we can't confirm rabies infection, it should just be acting fierce. My dog Keek has been vaccinated against rabies on time. The girl simply sat down. So why is it behaving like this? Today is particularly fierce. It was like this when I was at home, but my husband says everything is fine when I'm not at home. The girl is about to be driven crazy. This can't go on like this. At home, Keek is very irritable and especially protective of me. She doesn't allow my husband to get close. As soon as he reaches out to me, Keek tries to bite him. Normally, she's kept in a cage, and only when I come home is she let out. Is it because of this? Woof woof. Just bite him to death. Wen Youning raised half an eyebrow slowly. It seemed that the Pomeranian held a deep resentment towards its male owner. It shouldn't matter whether the cage is closed or not. Because it only targets my partner, I suspect that my partner might have secretly hid it while I was at work, but after checking, it didn't seem to have any injuries. On the contrary, my partner has been bitten several times. The last time it bit a piece of skin off their arm and it hasn't healed yet. The girl sighed. I can't say for sure if Keek was hit since I didn't see any wounds, but because of Keek, my home is in chaos and I'm constantly arguing with my husband. If Keek was initially friendly to your partner and only recently started attacking, then something must have happened that you're not aware of. Wen Youning turned her gaze to Keek. Keek, did he hit you? Woof woof, are you kidding me? The little Pomeranian scoffs. It can take on 10 of these weak dogs. Bite one and you'll bite them all. Is the little Pomeranian not letting the male owner get close? Could it be that the male owner is abusive? Exactly, seeing their owner being hit, the little Pomeranian is protecting their owner. If that's the case, wouldn't the female owner know what happened? Why spend money on a voice call? I still suspect the male owner secretly bullies the little dog, like pricking it with a needle or kicking it, but without leaving any wounds so that the little Pomeranian would feel pain. The bullet screen speculation is varied. Wen Youning asked, why do you want to bite him? Woof. What does it have to do with you? Nosy strangers, ask again and the dog will bite you. Stinky humans lying on mom's bed with others, the dog will bite him to death. Wen Youning was stunned. This. Teacher Wen, the girl raised her hand suspiciously and waved it in front of the camera. Has something been discovered? What is Kiki thinking? Wen Youning carefully chose his words, avoiding getting the livestream banned. Just as he was about to speak, a man's voice came from off-screen. Wen Youning, what are you doing? What is this? Is this for a medical checkup? Are you seeing a dog? Are you out of your mind? The man, after seeing the title of the live stream, expressed his disbelief. Why bother checking up on it when it's like this? It definitely has rabies. Hurry up and take it to the pet hospital for euthanasia. How many times did it bite me in the past half month? You can do the math. Wen Youning held down the snarling Pomeranian with one hand while raising her phone with the other and said, "Hey, stop causing trouble. We're live and so many people are watching. Don't make unnecessary noise. I had to pay extra to secure this emergency slot. If you cause me to get banned, I will hold you accountable." What? The man's face came into the frame. You spend money to find someone to do a live stream for that beast's treatment. Are you sick or not? How much did it cost? Wen Youning impatiently said, "Get out of the way, it's so annoying. I'm treating Keek not for your sake." Woof woof, the Pomeranian saw the man approaching and tried to bite him again. Perhaps due to being bitten too often, the man had gained experience and nimbly dodged. He gritted his teeth in anger. Mad dog, really a mad dog. Mind reading and seeing patients, it's all just a gimmick, it's all fake, deceiving you brainless fools. The man scolded the woman. Watching piles of money being spent, it was heartbreaking. So much money, you could throw it in the water and at least hear a splash. This is more cost-effective than hearing a splash. Wen Youning said seriously, "I heard what the little Pomeranian was saying. Do you want to hear it?" The man immediately laughed upon hearing this, a sneering, mocking laugh. "Sure, go ahead. Who's stopping you? But let's agree in advance, if I think what you say is wrong, you have to refund me the money." Get lost, Teacher Wen, ignore him, just say it directly. This money comes from my own salary, has nothing to do with him, I don't need to pay it back. Wen Youning held the Pomeranian to a different place for his safety, but unexpectedly, this person turned around and spoke wildly in the live broadcast room. "What a waste! Your salary isn't my money, right?" The man raised his phone and said, "Go ahead, I'm listening. I want to see what you can come up with." Wen Youning thought for a moment and decided to give herself a disclaimer, reminding, "This heartfelt message isn't good for you. It might involve your privacy. Are you sure you want me to say it in the live broadcast room?" The man immediately laughed. "This is funny, isn't it? Afraid I'll ask for a refund and don't dare to say it, huh?" Wen Youning didn't care at all and calmly confirmed, "You first confirm that whatever I say next is allowed by you, allowed to be said in front of 200,000 people in the live broadcast." "Okay, I confirm that whatever you say is authorized and permitted by me. Is that okay?" The man crossed his arms. "I want to hear what you..." Wen Youning said softly, "You brought another woman to lie on the mistress's bed at home, and Pei Mei saw it." Bullet screen. What the hell? For a moment I even doubted my own ears. There are still experts. After Wen Youning finished speaking, the man's face turned pale and flushed, his expression changing several times. His mouth opened and closed as if he wanted to say something, but after pretending for a long time, he couldn't utter a single word. However, the Pomeranian seemed to have found a kindred spirit. Woof woof, woof woof woof. Not only that, he even did it twice. If it weren't for Wang being stuck in the cage, he would have bitten him. Bite him to death. The Pomeranian only bites when you are around, thinking that he is dirty and doesn't want him near you. Wen Youning interpreted the Pomeranian's psychology. When small dogs fight, if your partner really goes all out, he definitely won't win, so it goes crazy in front of you but hides when you're not home. Han Tianhao, Wen Yuning's voice suddenly rose. What on earth is going on? Wang, speak. Stinking man, spill the beans. From the initial panic, Han Tianhao has now become somewhat calmer. Don't believe everything you read online. It's just meant to attract attention and isn't true. Why are you taking it as gospel? Right now, we need to discuss how to handle the fact that you brought a woman home. Wen Youning was clear in her thoughts and did not intend to give him an opportunity to change the subject. Han Tianhao clenched his jaw tightly. I didn't. Just because she says there is doesn't mean there is. Wen Youning propped her chin on her hand, deep in thought, and asked, "After you noticed something was off with the Pomeranian, did you not consider setting up some surveillance to observe?" "I wanted to install it, but my husband, Han Tianhao, said that surveillance is not safe, that hackers could invade and expose personal information. The woman is now greatly regretting it, thinking if only she had ignored his reasons and secretly installed one anyway. Hanging up, dealing with these futile things, I've reported you." The man seems to be a bit embarrassed and angry, raising his hand to end the live broadcast. "Woof. Stinky person. The smelly person you brought back even hugs mommy's clothes, just left them in the wardrobe." Wen Youning tapped the screen with her fingertips to remind the woman opposite, who was fighting Han Tianhao for the phone, "Now, open the wardrobe." Luan Yuxuan snatched the phone, pointing at the man fiercely and saying, "If I find any problems, you're dead meat." With that, she opened the wardrobe and scanned from top to bottom inside with her phone. Wen Youning listened to the little Pomeranian's voice saying, "On the left side of your wardrobe, there's a stack of black skirts. Open it up and look at the white inner lining of the neckline. There's a complete kiss mark." Luan Yuxuan, "I'm going. It's getting more and more exciting. Look at that man's face. It's as green as the pickled cucumbers my grandma makes, haha, so disgusting. The scummy man must have been punished by the little dog. Scoundrels who are impolite and speak disrespectfully to teacher Wen deserve to be punished." Luan Yuxuan swished open the dress and unfolded it according to the place Wen Youning pointed, and there was indeed a complete lipstick mark. This is definitely not just a casual rub when wearing it. This lip print is too complete. Han Tianhao's face suddenly changed. How could this be? Where did it come from? Why does it really exist? He didn't even know there would be these things on this dress. Why would a stranger of a host know? Han Tianhao's expression changed several times, and the next moment he was slapped on the face crispily. Wen Youning calmly took a sip of hot tea. "This is your female companion who deliberately left it behind last time to provoke you, and after kissing, she even flaunted it in front of Bomai." Bomai took note of it exactly. No one would expect that Bomai, who was honestly and quietly trapped in the cage, was not really honest but was looking for an opportunity. The Pomeranian snorted him. Luan Yuxuan said, "Teacher Wen, I have a personal matter to deal with. I'll hang up first." "Do you need help calling the police?" Luan Yuxuan, "I have learned Thai boxing for 5 years." Wen Youning nodded and said, "Go for it." Luan Yuxuan made a hand gesture and then hung up the call. Just before the black screen, a man's cry came from the other side, "Ah, damn." The crisp sound of a bang became the last echo. "All right, I want to be there. I have to join in too." This guy got what he wanted, feeling satisfied now. Remember to send gifts to Teacher Wen. The consultation fee came from your wife, not you. There are so many emergency cases today. Indeed, the emergency prices are high to prevent people with ordinary issues from pretending to have emergencies and taking up slots. Generally, no one would pay that price. It's still early, so Wen Youning can only go to the emergency room first, dial ID, Safe Journey, and connect to the next emergency. Safe Journey, wearing a thick cotton hat, greeted, "Hello, broadcaster." When he opened his mouth to say hello, a mouthful of white smoke came out, clearly indicating how low the temperature is over there. "I'm abroad and I brought my family's hunting dog Demo out to play. It just chased a rabbit and now has leg cramps. I don't know the reason. Can you please take a look?" Safe Journey pointed the camera at the dog's hind leg. Safe Journey said, "I can't find a doctor in this remote area, so I can only book an emergency appointment." Wen Youning took a sip of water and said, Inside the frame is a perfectly proportioned basset hound. It looks ahead cautiously, quickly glancing back at the sound, hesitating and wandering in place, seeming mature and steady, but in reality feeling extremely anxious. Wang bit the butt of that black thing, and it didn't come after, right? Can we win? How about we run first? Li? Puff. What? Wen Youning was almost choked by the water. Upon hearing the voice, she was momentarily stunned and worried something might happen. She hurriedly said, "You run ahead and I'll slowly tell you." Huh? The man adjusted his hat, sniffed from the cold and said, "It's really cold for me and the snow is deep. How can I run?" The snow was already above his knees. He was trudging through the snow bit by bit. How could he possibly run? He now felt that even walking was hard work. Running definitely won't work. Wen Youning explained, "If I heard correctly, your dog chased the footprint to see the hibernating black bear, bit the bear on the butt, and is now worried if the bear will come after it." What? It's not injured, nor is it poisoned. It's purely trembling from being scared by the black bear. Wen Youning spoke very quickly, trying to persuade the man in front of her to run as fast as possible, urging him, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and run. The black bear awakened from hibernation is very brutal. It will definitely chase after." While the words were not finished, safe travels, he grabbed the beagle tightly under his arm and dashed down the path he had come from. The black bear has already appeared at the edge of the frame. Running wildly, he shouted anxiously, "Why didn't Demo say anything earlier?" "Woof woof. Come over here, my master is here." A hunting dog with its master nearby is invincible. It even has the courage to challenge a black bear. Roar! The provoked black bear growled in anger and rushed forward. Safe travels to collapse. Why is it still speeding up? Basset hound woof. Don't be afraid, master. Let's go for it, just hit. Charge at them. The beagle is itching to try. Running safely all the way with goggles, tears are streaming in the wind. Hound, master, do you want the black bear or not? Here it comes, haha. I really don't know who that kid was just now saying he couldn't run. This guy is running so fast he's kicking up snow. The black bear just opened its eyes, and the winter hibernation holiday has just ended. It's still a bit confused. Stop singing, master, stop singing. I clasp my hands together to pray for the streamer. Wen Youning looked at the swaying camera and could clearly see the black bear getting closer and closer. Don't run like that. Find a tree to climb up. You can't outrun a black bear on flat ground. The running speed of a black bear is 48 kilometers per hour. When a person encounters a black bear in the wild, it is simply impossible to outrun it on foot. Especially now that the black bear has been awakened from hibernation, it is already in a state of agitation. Coupled with provocation from hunting dogs, the black bear is entirely aggressive, running faster than ever. The thick snow can hinder the black bear, but even when it tumbles and rolls, its speed is not only unaffected but rather quickens its approach. Making it through safely is quite a challenge. The snow blocks the road, and with the heavy clothing and carrying a hunting dog, it's equivalent to running with a load. Breathing heavily and running without rest, there's obviously no time to respond to Wen Youning's words. If the phone connected via the mic wasn't hanging on his chest, it probably would have already been thrown away while fleeing. Woof woof. So we can't catch up. Waste. Roar! The black bear was furious. What's wrong with it? He ran safely without daring to look back, afraid that a slight turn would lead to a close encounter with the black bear. Wen Youning said, covering the hunting dog's mouth can reduce the black bear's anger by 30%. Safe travels what? In the midst of his busy schedule, he turned the hunting dog around, facing forward. Woof woof. Turn around. Turn the dog around. Let's go head to head. Are you afraid of it? I can't understand safe journey, but I can guess that the love for my dog plays a crucial role in this chase. I shouted anxiously, stop talking already. I'm really afraid that the black bear will get overexcited and then give up when it runs out of steam. Daniel, help, hurry. It seemed like a path to safety was ahead, and he shouted loudly all the way. Meanwhile, the hand that wasn't holding the hunting dog was waving desperately. "There's a bear! Help!" The camera was chaotic and did not capture anyone in the frame, but the sound of click, the bullet being chambered, could be clearly heard. Phew, hearing that sound made me feel relieved. So it turns out I was holding a tranquilizer for carbon-based life forms that promotes equality. I said, without some real skill, how could one dare to run like this? Outside the frame, it's unknown where the blank shot was fired. There's no need to really hurt the black bear, just the sound is enough to calm it down. I ran safely back to the car, my body covered in accumulated snow, gasping heavily as I took off my mask and goggles. The basset hound wagged its tail, standing by the car door looking outside, not seeing any trace of the black bear. Woof. Just calm down. I was so exhausted that I couldn't even speak anymore. Holding back the basset hound to prevent it from running around, I almost lost my life there. Running all the way in peace and sweating due to lack of oxygen, his eyes turned completely white. He sighed. Fortunately, I got an emergency appointment. The one in a hurry originally wasn't the dog, it was me. This money is really worth spending. If I had delayed any longer and encountered a black bear, there wouldn't even be space to escape. The black bear would rush up in one swift move, and I'd have to lie down. Why did you provoke a black bear? Yelping grabbed the hunting dog's leash. We agreed to catch some rabbits and go home, and you ended up with such a big one. If it weren't for the heavy snow making it unsafe to go out, I specifically found a roommate with a weapon to accompany me. Otherwise, he really would have met with disaster today. Whether it was running to exhaustion while being chased by a black bear or fighting to the death and getting knocked down by the black bear, there really would be no chance of survival. Woof, the basset hound licked its nose. The dog didn't do it on purpose. The rabbit burrowed into the snow, and the dog followed and took a bite. Blinded by the rabbit, I unconsciously chased after it. Seeing that he was out of danger, Wen Youning also sighed in relief. Be careful in the wild, let's go. Thank you, Teacher Wen, for saving my dog's life and mine. On the way, he clasped his hands in front of the camera, meeting face to face with the culprit. After hanging up the video call, Wen Youning picked up the teacup and added a bit of hot water. Woof, the general didn't know when he had run behind her, his eyes bright and staring at the live streaming screen. So cool, Woof. Woof wants to. Wen Youning quickly reached out to cover the general's eyes. No, you mustn't be good. When Shi Jincheng came home from work and opened the door, he saw a black bear. Who can stand this? Wen Youning opened the unfinished document and continued writing, adding all the problems she could think of. The general's front paws ran, and even the paralyzed lower body had no effect on its movement. It ran in front of the wheelchair and tried to wear it properly by nudging it with its snout. General, even in a wheelchair you can't beat a black bear. Wen Youning picked up the general and said while weighing him, you've gained quite a bit of weight. What, the general wants to fight a black bear? Ha, if you pounce the black bear won't even see you. What are you doing, Don't bully the puppy. Bang ding bang. Meow, the little tabby stood in front of the cat bowl, repeatedly pawing at the bowl. Wen Youning hungry. It's not feeding time yet. Perhaps after running around outside for a long time today, the activity level was higher, causing hunger to come more quickly. Wen Youning carried the general back to the sofa. It seems we don't have much dry food at home. The meat we bought earlier was to prepare cat food for the little tabby, as well as the amount she usually eats. Originally, it was enough to last a long time, but the number of little animals at home has increased, and a lot of the homemade food has been given away. The stock at home is quickly running low. Wen Youning first prepared this meal for the little ones, flipping through the leftover meat and could make another pot. The cooked meat and jerky are divided into 2 plates. When Wen Youning came out of the kitchen with the prepared lunch, the little tabby was licking the general's fur. "Come on, it's time to eat." Meow woo. "It got tangled, meow." "Is its fur not smooth?" Wen Youning said as she set the table. "I'll comb it for a while, you eat first." Woo woo. "It got its tongue tangled." In the perception of cats, it is the dominant one that licks the subordinate, and licking the fur of small animals at home is a way to assert one's status. It's just with a German shepherd size, when the general is lying on its side, if the little tabby stands on its belly and falls, it might not be able to get up and could easily get lost. Licking fur is indeed a major project. After a while, the little tabby cat was so tired that it forgot to retract its tongue and began to daze off. "Haha, my saliva is about to stop flowing." Little tabby cat is lost in thought, wondering whether to give up the identity of this top figure. It would be exhausting to groom once a day. After being stunned for a while, Wen Youning tapped the cat bowl, and the ding-ding sound instantly brought little tabby cat's thoughts back. Meow. Meow is here. The actively eating kitten was in the first position. Aside from adding a large chew bone to the shepherd's bowl, all the food is the same. Wen Youning picked up the wheelchair, and upon hearing the familiar clattering sound, the shepherd's ears perked up high. "We're not going out to play. You can eat in peace." Wen Youning planned to place it somewhere else because small animals in the house might bump into it if it was left outside. "Wine." The shepherd chewed on the meat in its mouth, looking a bit dejected. Puppies love to go out and play. They enjoy running around outdoors, and outgoing puppies also like to make friends with their kind. Even if they are barked at by strange puppies, they are still very happy. Strictly speaking, today is the first time the general has really gone out for a walk since he got injured in the incident. Wen Youning patted the general's back and said, "After we finish eating, we'll take you out when it's a bit cooler outside." Woof. Good. Wen Youning cooked a bowl of noodles, opened the document she had just edited, and checked it while slowly eating. For a moment, the room was completely silent, with not even the sound of the wind, leaving only the faint sounds of swallowing and chewing. Wen Youning smiled and looked at the fluffy ones who were focused on eating. "Look, how adorable. Neatly arranged, it makes one itch to poke at it. I can hardly imagine how beautiful it would be if I dashed in and buried myself among them." Coward, I dare to imagine it. Teacher Wen's plush toys really have a lot of presents. I painstakingly bought meat and vegetables, ground and mixed them and dried them, but my cat just sniffed and walked away. Wen Youning took a sip of the noodle soup and put down the bowl and chopsticks. They might not like offal. The offal ground in the homemade food is a natural attractant. If cats and dogs don't like offal, we can try changing the recipe a bit. Actually, every cat has different tastes. Use more of the meat they like and use the other meats as supplementary ingredients. The little tabby jumped to Wen Youning's side after finishing its meal and licked its paws to wash its face. The full little cat had a round belly. Wen Youning reached out, her palm resting on the round little belly. Rua. The little tabby placed its paws on her hand and, in between grooming itself, helped lick her as well. Does anyone else want to join the call? If we connect one more, we won't connect any more today. As the popularity of the live broadcast room increases, the prices for paid linkage also rise accordingly. The entry price, to some extent, isolates those who deliberately come to make trouble and provoke. As usual, the first person to apply for linkage is selected, and Wen Youning connects to the linkage request from ID Shanshui. Ah, did I get it? As soon as the girl came on mic, a surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. Haha, am I too awesome? Teacher Wen, wait a moment while I find out how to start the video. No rush. Wen Youning picked up the little tabby cat onto her lap, opened the drawer under the coffee table in the living room, and found some scattered pet toys inside. She dug out a comb that was pressed underneath and started to comb the little tabby's fur. The sound came from beyond the landscape, and the image gradually became clear after a while. Okay, this seems good. The girl had a pair of round little deer eyes, and when she smiled, her eyebrows and eyes curved with vitality. Teacher Wen, look, my piggy, a 3-year-old French lop-eared rabbit sister. The pure white lop-eared rabbit only has a black spot on its nose, with the color slightly expanding outward, fluffy and plush like a soft cotton candy. Caught and still munching cutely with its 3-pronged mouth, there seems to be nothing in its mouth, but it keeps chewing. The French Angora rabbit is the largest of all the lop-eared rabbits, also known as the giant lop, capable of growing up to 4.5 kilograms. Its ears are not very large and not as long as those of the English lop, but its body is sturdy, and its temperament is quite gentle. From a distance it looks like a large fluffy ball, but upon closer inspection, the fur on its chest seems to be a bit sparse. Wen Youning asked what's wrong with its fur. The floppy-eared rabbit's 3-part mouth paused, then turned away. Not letting you see. Teacher Wen, you've noticed too. I want to ask this because I'm in a voice chat. Mountains and rivers stroked the tip of the floppy-eared rabbit's ear, pulling the rabbit that had burrowed into his arms to face the camera, and said, for about the past month, Piggy has been pulling its own fur and stuffing it under my bed. Last time during the big cleanup when I lifted it up, I saw it was all piled up in the corner under the bed. Wen Youning said, building a nest. Shan Shui blinked, but I searched online. It's only when faking pregnancy that a nest is built. Faking pregnancy also shows behaviors similar to actual pregnancy, Shan Shui said, rubbing the belly of the lop-eared rabbit. But besides building a nest, Pig has no behaviors that match faking pregnancy. There are no signs of breast development or abdominal swelling. The floppy-eared rabbit chews with its 3-part mouth. False pregnancy, not at all. Here you go. Very warm and very safe. It's prepared for you. You're pregnant. Wen Youning finished grooming the little tabby cat and casually gave a few strokes to the general lying by her feet. Mountains and rivers. Who? Me, is it me? No, how could I not know about my pregnancy? Really, is it true? The sound of the mountains and rivers came with a tremble, filled with surprise and disbelief. The hand was carefully placed on her small belly, still a bit taken aback. The question was just an instinctive follow-up. Even the fans on the other end trusted Wen Youning very much and surely believed her words. Wen Youning nodded with a smile and said, yes, it sensed that you were pregnant but was unprepared, so it pulled its own fur to help you build a nest. It chose your bedroom because that is where you sleep. It thinks you like that, so it built the nest directly in your favorite place. The floppy-eared rabbit stopped its 3-pronged mouth. That's right, it's great where it's great. The landscape held the floppy-eared rabbit and leaned down to give it a hard kiss. Haha, so sweet, baby. Is this the nest you're preparing for mommy? How are you so good? Done, it's making me want to raise a floppy-eared rabbit. Such a good cotton candy, it can even build a nest for its owner. Really super cute. Oh no, I have a mountain climbing and bungee jumping appointment next week. My goodness, I need to cancel that quickly. Shan Shui mumbled, this would be too dangerous if done without knowing about the pregnancy. Shan Shui tapped on her phone and suddenly remembered something, saying, Teacher Wen, there's one more thing. She picked up the floppy-eared rabbit and opened the collection of fluff she had gathered from under the bed, saying, these were all stuffed under my bed by the pig. Why does this fluff look like feathers? Does the floppy-eared rabbit grow this kind of fluff? Where on its body? I can't find it at all. Wen Youning thoughtfully replied, this fluff looks like feathers because it actually is feathers. To be precise, it should be down. The floppy-eared rabbit shook its fur and said, isn't there enough fur on me? What's wrong with borrowing a bit? Wen Youning said with a mix of laughter and tears, it seems like it pulled out the padding from the down jacket. Using the fluff from the floppy-eared rabbit to build a nest for humans definitely isn't enough, let alone filling the entire bed. The rabbit would have to be completely plucked. What? The floppy-eared rabbit pawed at its face and thought casually, Daddy. It's not yours, it's your lover's. The mountains and water were halfway through a blow-up when he heard the words, and his voice became gentle again. Huh, then it's nothing. The man who had just entered the door took a step and said, Ah. Am I leaving? Shan Shui coughed lightly and said, What's wrong? How did you get in? The man said, Aunt is taking the high-speed train back in the afternoon. I thought since she is staying at our place, we should go see her off. Upon hearing this, Shan Shui replied, Okay, then Teacher Wen, I'll go down first. Woof woof. Woof woof. Stop, don't go. Leave the things for the dog. Wang saw it. Wait a minute. Wen Youning suddenly spoke, interrupting Shan Shui's action of ending the live stream. What's wrong, Teacher Wen? Shan Shui put down the floppy-eared rabbit and brushed off the fur on his clothes. Wen Youning listened to the noisy voices from across the way and said, Is your dog barking? It seems like something happened outside. Something happened? What kind of thing? Shan Shui, confused, took his phone and stepped outside, seeing that everything in the living room was fine and the dog hadn't caused any trouble. Come here, Pippi, let's show it to Teacher Wen. It's a 5-year-old Labrador sister. The Labrador in the frame looked at its owner but did not rush over enthusiastically as usual. Instead, it stayed in front of its aunt, barking, Woof woof. Pippi, what's wrong with you? Why are you so fierce all of a sudden? Shan Shui called out, Quick, come here, don't block your aunt from going out. Yo, little water, look at the dog you raised, its temper is so unpredictable. I'm really afraid it will bite me. Auntie kicked at Pai Pai while pulling her suitcase. Auntie, don't touch it. Shan Shui frowned, knowing she shouldn't say much since she was an elder, and directly stood in front of Pai Pai. Auntie pouted, Look at how you protect it like a precious jewel, a little kick won't kill it. I just heard you guys talking about pregnancy in the room. You can't raise a dog if you're pregnant, it's bad for the child. You should get rid of it as soon as possible. Shan Shui rolled her eyes and impatiently said, What's so bad about it? Don't impose your futile thoughts on my family. I wouldn't consider giving up Pai Pai even if it meant getting rid of you. No, it's almost 2025, who still says you can't have pets when you're pregnant? You can't see what the aunt looks like, but you can tell from her voice that she must be sharp-tongued and nasty. It's better to avoid making a pregnant woman angry. The aunt was taken aback by the younger generation and said, all right, you young people have your ideas. I'm old and I'm disliked. Fine, I'll leave. Mentioning leaving, Pippi became excited again. Woof woof. The box. Wen Youning reminded, Shan Shui, your aunt should have hidden something in her box. Shan Shui shook her hand, the suitcase. She glanced down at the black travel case next to her aunt. Is it this one? What? The aunt frowned upon hearing the voice. Where did that sound come from? Who is speaking? What do you mean my suitcase is hiding something? You make it sound like I'm a thief. Aunt, Shan Shui shifted to let Pai Pai poke his head out. You've been staying in my mom's bedroom these past few days. She didn't tidy up much before going abroad, and it's quite messy. Did you accidentally pack the wrong things in a hurry to catch the bus? The aunt, being of such an age, could certainly understand the meaning behind her words. She raised her hand to cover her chest, appearing short of breath. What do you mean? Are you saying I stole your stuff? Little son, look at your wife. At my age, I just came here for a trip, and staying at your place for a few days makes me a thief. Little son still didn't understand what was going on, instinctively defending. Aunt, please calm down. Don't misunderstand little Shui's intention. She said you might have taken the wrong thing. Just open it and take a look. A clear conscience doesn't fear scrutiny, right? Aunt. She trembled and raised her hand, pointing her finger at the man. Okay, look. When your mom comes back, I'm definitely going to tell my sister about what happened today. Woof woof. Pippi had been waiting for a long time, and as soon as Aunt loosened her grip, Pippi immediately pounced. Its claws were scratching the suitcase. Be careful, don't break it for me. The aunt threw her hands up and stood to the side, her face long, with displeasure written all over it. The mountains and rivers don't care what the aunt looks like. During this time he has been bowing low and acting like a grandson, spending money, putting in effort, and even providing a place to stay. The aunt has also stolen things from their house. She is too much. Little son also squatted down and gently touched her arm, lowering his voice and saying, "Is this okay?" It is very impolite to rummage through a suitcase. If nothing is found in the end, it would be awkward for them. This matter must be publicized so that everyone in the family group knows. After all, they are elders. In terms of status, they are naturally at a disadvantage, and not being in the right makes things even more troublesome. "What's wrong with that? Let Pippi find it," Shanshui said confidently. "Teacher Wen has said it exists, so it must exist." Moreover, although Aunt hasn't been very pleasant to Pippi these days, every time Pippi encounters her, she leaves wagging her tail, and even if she runs into Pippi, she wouldn't be as fierce as today. There must be something unusual going on. Dogs are very sensitive animals. Surely Pippi discovered something. Woof woof. This one, Mom, take this one. Pippi quickly found what he was looking for inside. He bit the packaging and pulled it out from a pile of miscellaneous items. "There are all kinds of local specialties to eat. I'll bring them back for my fellow villagers." Auntie sneered, avoiding eye contact, and pretended to complain casually. "He must be hungry. He smells the roasted chicken. He just wants to eat roasted chicken. You young people are always doing these nonsensical things." Shanshui ignored them and opened it to find a truly oily roasted chicken inside the oil paper package. "Woof. That's it," Woof saw it. Zio-sun grabbed Pai Pai and slapped him as a lesson, saying, "Look at you, making trouble. If you're hungry, go eat dog food. You can't steal the specialty snacks brought by your aunt. No more greediness next time. Go on, go to the side." Zio-sun pushed Shanshui and motioned for her to take Pai Pai back to the room first. Pippi was pulled apart but did not leave, and its cries became more urgent. "Woof, woof. It's right in here, right here. Open up, Woof, hurry up and open." Pippi suddenly thought of something, turned around and started pulling at the phone by the mountain water. "Woof. Is anyone there? Is there a human?" "Yes," Wen Youning said. "Break the roast chicken open and put it in the stomach." Aunt was suddenly anxious. "Don't go too far. I'll tell you, my wife really can't show her face to anyone. Oh my, it's a sin." Little son closed his eyes in pain. He didn't even wear gloves, just directly used his hands to pry it open. Auntie angrily slapped her thigh, her fingers slightly curled, creating wrinkles in her pants. "Don't, this is for your cousin. How can you eat it after taking it with your hands? Don't." The conversation abruptly stopped as he pulled out a gold necklace from the roasted chicken's belly, covered in grease, which was now shining. "Isn't this the gold necklace I bought for my mom last year?" He looked at her expressionlessly. "What, are you taking my mom's gold to give to your cousin?" "Woof. Shameless." After scolding one, it turned to its dad and said, "Woof. Speak, Wang wants you to speak." "The spicy roast chicken, but the dog won't eat the roast chicken. Too salty." "Haha, Pepe MVP. Pepe can't carry. The lagging pig teammate really can't carry. While hiding the roast chicken here is way too crafty. Moreover, it's gold. Once taken out, whether it's melted down and remade or just cleaned and worn as is, it's not easy to be detected. If it hadn't been caught on the spot, it would have been difficult to get it back later without raising suspicions, especially considering the relatives." The necklace was found and my aunt fell silent. The tail of Pai Pai wagged up high and Wang saw it. Wang grabbed it. It rubbed against the phone. "Woof. The person inside, come out. Wang will treat you to roast chicken." Facing the enthusiastic invitation from the Labrador, Wen Youning smiled and politely declined. "Next time, definitely. Bye-bye." "Awo. Goodbye, Wang." The subsequent issues will be resolved internally within the family. After Wen Youning hung up, she paused the live broadcast channel and was about to stretch when her wrist was brushed by a feather. When Wen Yuling's gaze came over, the kestrel awkwardly moved its claws a bit, not actually moving, more like stepping in place, retracting its outstretched wings, sitting there obediently, winking at her. Wen Youning didn't hear the thoughts of the red falcon, and for a moment was confused, but then suddenly reacted and picked up a comb, symbolically combing the red falcon's head a couple of times. Everyone has been flattered. The red falcon also wants, even though the feathers of the red kite have no need for a comb. But that doesn't matter. The red kite, satisfied after being groomed, puffed out its chest and jumped onto Wen Youning's shoulder. The horizon was stained with red clouds, and the orange warm sunlight rolled in with a slight cool breeze under the setting sun. Had dinner. Shi Jincheng hasn't come back from overtime yet to pick up the general. Wen Youning put on the dog leash and very reliably took them out for a walk. Come over here, let's not go to the square. It's too crowded over there. Wen Youning led the general to avoid the cobblestone road. The wheelchair claims to be able to traverse any uneven surface, but it bumps along the cobblestone road, making a clatter that is hard to endure. The red falcon flies in the sky. It flies fast and is often at the front, occasionally stopping to find a tree to perch on, peeking out through the leaves. Isn't it cute? Wen Youning purposely raised her phone to take a picture of it, capturing a screenshot of the live stream. Gah! The red falcon shrank back, its head disappearing into the leaves. Haha, feeling shy. The red falcon says it doesn't want to be on camera. This is quite good too, without explicitly saying I've raised it, just taking care of it by my side. Asking about it is like a rescue, hee. Wen Youning took cat food with her when she went out. There are stray cats in the community, and the property management staff catch them for sterilization. Almost all of them have a small notch in their ears. The property management does not take care of the cats after sterilization, and the food bowls and cardboard boxes placed outside will be taken away by elderly people who collect scraps. If they are not returned, they will make a fuss. After several incidents, the property management got annoyed and simply stopped managing the situation. Now, it's mostly the residents who feed the cats they encounter, or they go to the restaurants outside the community to eat. There are multiple feeding spots for cats. However, there can never be too many feeding places. Some stray cats may bully those smaller and less robust than themselves, while some white cats are too scared to eat because they are bullied. Wen Youning brought cat food and fed it whenever she encountered a cat, saying, "Come here, kitty." The stray white cat had quite a few tangled patches of fur. Upon hearing a sound, it turned its head and ran, directly jumping down from the wall. Wen Youning placed 2 biodegradable disposable bowls, filling them with water and cat food, saying, "I've prepared everything. Remember to come back and eat later." Meow. Come eat, come eat. There was no response from across the way. It wasn't until Wen Youning walked far away that the white cat timidly peeked out. Chirp. Where did that little flower dog go? Didn't we say to have it wait here for my news? The sparrows on the tree are chirping. The magpie is pecking at its feathers, chuck chuck. It was just chased by that pack of wild dogs and went to the left. Now I don't know where it has run off to. Chirp. Sigh. The sparrow sighs. Chirp. I ate the meat it provided, but didn't manage to find a human who can understand what the dog is thinking. Coo, the red-footed falcon swooped down from above, causing the startled sparrows and magpies to scatter in a flurry. The red-footed falcon's claws accurately landed on the sparrow trying to escape, gripping it tightly. Tweet, the sparrow's cry was tragic, its beak trembling as it opened and closed, shouting for help. Sparrows are also on the menu of the red falcon. Without considering the protection level of animals in a normal food chain, No one would use the law to restrain animals from eating other animals. Therefore, although the sparrow's cries are tragic, those who hear them only look up for a moment. What are you catching sparrows for? Wen Youning, sitting on a stone bench adjusting the length of the general's wheelchair, listened to the sorrowful cries of the sparrows getting closer and could guess something without looking up, saying, "You've already had a lot of meat today, you can't eat any more." "It's not food." The red falcon dropped the sparrow on the stone table. The sparrow had been chirping loudly just a moment ago, but now that it was put down, it stopped responding. The sparrow's belly was facing up, its claws curled up timidly, wanting to shrink itself into a ball. It played dead, remaining still no matter how much the red falcon poked it. "Goo!" The dead bird said, "There's a little flower dog looking for you." In the memory of the red falcon, there is only one person who can hear the voice of the heart, so it subconsciously thought that the bird was referring to Wen Youning. /little flower dog / Wen Youning had no impression, poking the feigning dead sparrow with her fingertip / wake up, you can't sleep here /. She was referring to the sign on the left that prohibits lying down to sleep. The stone bench is long enough for an adult to lie down completely, but it was originally meant for residents of the community to play chess. This means the patterns carved on the stone table are like a chessboard. This is how this prompt came about. Ha ha ha, if you tell this to a sparrow, the sparrow will say it can't read. How will you respond, Your Excellency? Sparrow, as long as I pretend to be dead convincingly enough, I won't really have to die. The oppression from the raptors towards the small birds is too strong. Wen Youning pressed her fingertip against the sparrow's belly and twirled it. Who is the little flower dog? If you tell me, how about I let you go? Chirp! The sparrow, pretending to be dead until now, suddenly realized something was wrong, stood up with a whoosh and hopped a couple of times. It's a dirty little white flower dog. White? Little dog? Is it the one at the police station entrance? Wen Youning said suspiciously, does it have something to do with me? The sparrow shook its head, not knowing the little flower dog didn't say. Where is it now? Wen Youning raised her head and looked around, but she couldn't see the puppy's shadow. Jeeba! It was being chased by wild dogs and didn't know where to go. What? Wen Youning suddenly got up. The puppy was very young, and fights between wild dogs over territory could easily lead to that puppy being bitten to death. Did it run that way? Chirp! Left to the left. General, let's go. Woof woof. The red falcon rushed at the forefront, and the tabby cat and the general also started running. In the blink of an eye, only the sparrow was left on the stone bench. It blinked its eyes, thinking it would definitely die today and become the red falcon's meal, but unexpectedly it was able to survive. The sparrow was as quiet as if it were pondering, and after a moment it flapped its wings and chased after the direction where Wen Youning ran out. Wild dogs do not choose to chase in busy and bustling streets. Once wild dogs exhibit strong aggression in groups, local authorities will take action for the safety of nearby residents. Wild dogs are smart, they will avoid confrontation. According to the left side, Wen Youning took the most obscure path. Coo, the red falcon flew high, clearly guiding Wen Youning on its way back. Right here. Woof woof. Following the direction of the red falcon, Wen Youning turned through the alley and saw a pack of wild dogs barking wildly at the base of the wall. The small white dog is hanging on the edge of the wall, its hind legs suspended in the air, trying hard to scratch and climb up. At this height, the wild dogs can almost bite the tail of the small white dog when they jump. They surround it below, seemingly waiting for it to exhaust itself and fall down. Woof, the general charged without saying a word, growling with impressive momentum. The wild dogs all turned their heads in unison, their tails drooping, slowly shifting their bodies, looking quite intimidating. A completely black, robust wild dog walked out from the pack. It seemed to be the leader, with the surrounding wild dogs following closely behind. Wow, what kind of dog is this? It looks so cool. It doesn't look like a wild dog. It resembles a Caucasian shepherd a bit. Isn't this thing a aggressive breed? Divide by city. I remember that a city and city don't prohibit it, only not allowing Tibetan mastiffs. The general stood firmly at the front without fear, even though it appeared to be a whole circle smaller than the opposing Caucasian. Wen Youning hid all the plush toys behind her to avoid any real conflict, saying, can we negotiate? That little dog doesn't have much meat anyway. I'll treat everyone to a meal, and can you let me have that little dog? Wild dogs chasing a puppy may not necessarily be for eating. It could also be that this pack of wild dogs has a fixed territory, and the puppy unknowingly intruding deserves a lesson from them. Woof! The black dog missing one ear tilted its head. The Caucasian approached, seemingly wanting to sniff the scent on Wen Youning. Gah! The red falcon stood on her shoulder, fluffed up, as if it would dive down at any moment. The little tabby pressed against Wen Youning's embrace, puffing out air. Ha! The general was even more straightforward. Wen Youning placed the little tabby on her shoulder, pressed down on the two with one hand, and held the general down with the other, saying, don't fight, can't we value peace? Moreover, the Caucasian seems to have no intention of attacking. Although its tail is not wagging, it is not hanging down either, which can only be said to indicate a neutral mood. Neither good nor bad. Getting closer is merely out of curiosity. Such fragrant humans. The Caucasian sensed their hostility, stopped in place and growled, causing the wild dogs behind it to leave one after another. Wen Youning didn't hear the sound. Are you agreeing? The Caucasian did not respond and walked away with the pack of wild dogs. So tomorrow here, you all remember to come. I'll bring meat for you, Wen Youning shouted at the Caucasian's back. The Caucasian still did not reply, not sure if he heard it, but when turning the corner, his tail seemed to sway a little. That seemed to represent a good mood. Wen Youning walked to the corner of the wall, stepped on an abandoned wooden chair to reach up and took down the small white dog that was hanging precariously. It had been hanging for too long, and below there was a pack of fierce wild dogs eyeing it hungrily. The small white dog was still trembling. Wen Youning hugged it and gently patted it, saying, don't be afraid, it's okay now. A little dog like this, if caught, would hardly be enough for a big dog to get its teeth into. The little white dog's tail is trembling. Oh dear, look how scared the little puppy is. The little tail is shaking with afterimages. It must be so frightened. The little white dog is whimpering softly, secretly hiding in Wen Youning's arms. So fierce. So scary. For the puppy, the approaching pack of wild dogs is like a dark cloud looming over the city, an overwhelming sense of oppression. Wen Youning patted its fur and said, good boy. Woof! The little white dog's angry bark was very youthful. They've already left. They won't chase you anymore. Wen Youning comforted the frightened little dog, patting its back and rubbing its belly. The little white dog licked its nose, suddenly looked up and barked, woof. Find someone. Wen Youning paused the action of patting her back, looking for someone. Did you come to find me to ask me to look for someone? Wag! The little white dog nodded firmly. I need help. Wag went to look for the police, but they didn't pay attention to Wag. Wag is very sad and anxious, so Wag could only come to find you. Unable to understand the little dog's thoughts, the dog's anxious actions are easily interpreted as playfulness. Furthermore, everyone at the police station is very busy. Even feeding the dog is done during spare moments, let alone constantly paying attention to the dog's condition and playing with it. Woof! Sister Bai is missing. Sister Bai often fed the dog. She would give it food every day, but suddenly she is gone, and the dog does not know where she has gone. The little white dog spoke intermittently. Wang went back to sleep and noticed a smell. Wang chased after it and saw that Sister Bai seemed to be locked up. Wang called out to her, but she ignored Wang. The little white dog couldn't open the locked door and could only look for a human to help. Where? Take me to see. Wen Youning didn't know the exact situation. The little dog's perspective is different from that of a human, so she didn't know if Ms. Bai was really locked up or just didn't hear the dogs barking. After all, the sound isolation of windows is generally quite good now. But to be on the safe side, we still have to wait and see before making a conclusion. Woof! The little white dog gradually recovered from the shock after mentioning Sister Bai. What, looking for someone who had an accident? Please translate, Teacher Wen, don't force me to kneel down and beg you. Wen Youning explained, the lady who frequently fed the little white dog has disappeared. The little white dog is following the scent to look for her, and it feels like the person is imprisoned. It can't open the door and can't rescue her, so it came to find me for help. Wow, I'm really crying. The little dog remembers the human who fed it. Even when the human is gone, it will still go looking for them. My God, risking its life to enter the territory of wild dogs just to find someone to save the human who fed it. I'm in tears. The puppy understands everything. The puppy is a little angel. I'll go over and check the situation first. Wen Youning shook her shoulders, and the red hawk and little tabby cat, who were fighting and jostling for position above, stopped moving. Wen Youning suggested, how about we take you all home first? Goo! Meow! The two fluffy ones are protesting with their cries. Clearly, they do not accept Wen Youning's suggestion and do not want to go home. Wen Youning nodded without changing her expression. Then it's settled. Let's go home first. Meow! The red falcon jumped off her shoulder and flew away by itself. The little tabby was just about to imitate her, but in the next moment, Wen Youning held her back in her arms. Be good. Wait at home with the general for your sister to come back. I don't know what's going on over there. It would be safer for Wen Youning to go by herself. What do you think, General? Wen Youning tilted her head and found that the general who had been standing next to her had already walked some distance away. Hey, General, where are you going? Come back first. I'll take you home. Whoa! The general walked away without looking back. His silhouette, which was determined to follow, seemed to say with unreasonable confidence, a dog is a dog. Dogs do not understand human speech. Don't talk to the dog. Covering ears and stealing a Belgian German Shepherd version. Ha ha ha, as long as I pretend not to hear, I can go to the scene with them. General, goodbye sister, today I am going on a long voyage. Wen Youning smiled. General. The general's ears twitched and he left without looking back. She grabbed the wheelchair. The general was already moving with his front paws and the wheelchair, but now the wheelchair couldn't move. The general tried to rush forward a couple of times and then he started flipping his front paws in place. Wen Youning held onto the little tabby cat that was trying to sneak away, picked up the dog leash that had fallen on the ground and said, "You're going the wrong way." Woof! The general paused while trying to swipe with its front paw. The puppy came in through a small hole, relying on its small size to avoid taking the long way around. It went straight through the small hole to climb up the wall before the group of wild dogs caught up, and when it went out, it instinctively took the route it had previously followed. The red falcon is also flying in this direction, but the general clearly cannot fly. Wen Youning patted its neck. Go this way. Woof! Realizing that Wen Youning intended to take them along, the general's tail, which had originally been drooping, perked up again. Let's go. Lead the way. Woof woof. This way. The little white dog leads the way, running especially hard. However, the little dog's legs are short. It runs panting and is so tired that it has its tongue out, while Wen Youning can catch up in just a few steps. The little white dog stops from time to time to sniff at the corner of the wall, looking for the scent it left behind when it came. It seems a bit like a police dog tracking scent. It's not easy for the little dog, as it been relying on its nose to smell all the way here. However, has it really been able to rely on scent for almost a whole day? It shouldn't just be the smell. Wen Youning placed the little tabby cat on the general's back. It seems to be sniffing while walking and even gave food to the sparrow as a reward to help find me. One could say that the little white dog has tried every possible method during its search. Birds are very alert. Although wild dogs don't hunt birds like cats do, it doesn't mean that wild dogs don't eat birds. Generally, when wild dogs approach, the birds will fly away and choose a safer place. Perhaps it's because the little white dog is just a soft and harmless puppy. That's why the sparrow would choose to help. Barrage. Wow, he even knows how to hire and develop subordinates. The little white dog is pretty smart. Woof. Yes. Brother gave the dog a lot of meat. Wen Youning thought that the little white dog was probably talking about the people at the police station. Even wild dogs have their own information networks, such as where to find food and where there are dog catchers, spreading information from 1 to 10 and from 10 to 100. The lady in white who used to feed the little white dog has not fed it recently, so the little white dog went to the police station. Perhaps it is because police officers are watching that conflicts are prevented, and with the ample food provided, any number of dogs can eat their fill without fighting, allowing the little white dog to have a stable place to eat. Do you remember what iconic and obvious buildings are around Ms. Bai's house? Wen Youning followed the little dog as it turned in the alley. The little white dog was panicking while being chased, possibly a bit lost itself. Wen Youning hesitated to just pick it up. What if there were some key directional cues left inside? If she took it out, the little white dog would truly be clueless, directly losing its sense of direction. Woof, the little white dog seemed a bit hesitant, as if deep in thought. Wang doesn't know. It's all soiled, dirty and messy. So many ragged things, very smelly. I don't know about architecture, but I know about simple environments. Wen Youning was stunned after hearing this. It didn't sound like a normal residential building or community. A city is very large. If we keep looking at this speed, we probably won't find the place until dawn the next day. Wen Youning pondered, how about I take a taxi to the police station with you first? The area where the little white dog often moves around is centered on the police station, so it might be easier to search since her home is still a distance away from the police station. Woof. Good. There are many small animals to carry. Wen Youning paid extra for a large SUV, which can fit in the back seat. The red falcon pecks at the general's head while standing on his wheelchair. The general happily sticks out his tongue, clearly not in pain, and even tries to tilt his head to lick it. She runs fast indeed. Wen Youning fastened her seatbelt and turned around to find that the red falcon had flown in at some point. She grabbed the falcon and placed it on her lap, gently spreading its wings. Are you tired from flying? Goo. A silly bird would fly by itself when it can take a car. Falcons can get tired too. Outside, the sparrows flying over to join the fun shook their wings, as if being scolded by a red falcon. The little white dog stood on the chair, its tail drooping as it lay against the car door watching the shadows outside the window rush by. A little dog with a distinct sadness in its eyes. After the evening rush hour, there aren't many cars on the road. The SUV arrived shortly after stepping on the gas. Just as I got out of the car, I ran into Xi Jincheng getting off work. Woof woof. Seeing Dad, the dog was obviously very excited and jumped up as soon as the wheelchair touched down. Xi Jincheng crouched down to hug the dog and asked suspiciously, Teacher Wen, didn't you take them back? Did you come to find me? While out for a stroll, I encountered a small white dog looking for my help. They also wanted to come along, so I took them with me. Wen Youning put the small white dog down. It's just right for you to take care of the general and them. I'll go over to take a look. What's the matter? Can I help? Xi Jinping picked up the dog leash, seeing Wen Youning in a hurry, not even having the time to finish speaking, and without much hesitation followed her. "I'll go with you." Late at night, Xi Jinping wasn't too reassured about letting Wen Youning go by herself, especially since this direction leads to the development area, where there are developers following up and the bungalows are awaiting demolition. There aren't many people around. Woof, starting from the police station, the little white dog clearly remembered the route, leaving its marks every so often. The little white dog ran faster and faster towards the place etched in its memory. The little dog looks round and chubby from a distance, like a rabbit hopping around, haha. No, why does it feel like this road is getting more and more desolate? There are such dilapidated places even in the city. It seems like a garbage dump, with a lot of cardboard boxes and plastic bottles. One side of the wall is piled high with discarded trash. You can smell the stench from a distance. The gate of the yard is tightly locked and the night is quiet. The yard itself is also very still. Xi Jinping waved his nose, the pungent smell choking him to the point of continuous coughing. How did we end up here? Did something get taken away by the garbage truck? We should check at the waste disposal station over there. This is Xi Jinping's first time in this place. No, the little white dog said that the lady in white who often feeds it is here. Wen Youning's expression was serious. Clearly, this place did not seem like one suitable for living. Rather than a residence, it felt more like being trapped here. She swiped her fingertip across the phone screen, cutting off the live broadcast and turning on the phone's flashlight. In some garbage recycling stations, owners might leave a room for themselves in the flat, but through the gap at the top of the door, it was obvious that the inside was filled with cardboard, leaving no space for a room. Woof! The little white dog dug a hole in the garbage heap, which was blocked by a cardboard box. Even with its small size, it had to squeeze hard to get in. Over here, over here. Is someone here? Xi Jinping was also stunned and said without hesitation, "I'll go knock on the door." No, is it appropriate to knock directly? Shouldn't we act stealthily? Although, sneaking in, no one lives inside, an empty house is fine, sneak back out. If someone lives inside, it would be considered breaking and entering. Bang bang. The old iron gate, long neglected, is covered with red rust, and every strike causes red flakes to fall. It seems like there is nobody inside. Xi Jinping knocked on the door for a long time, but not to mention anyone coming to open the door. Even the lights inside didn't turn on at all. The little white dog climbed back out after seeing that humans didn't follow inside. Woof! Come in. Pick the lock. When Youning picked up the padlock hanging on the door, turned it over and saw that the keyhole was blocked. Xi Jinping asked a colleague to check this place and found out. This recycling station was abandoned 2 years ago due to a debt dispute. Did you hear the little white dog say someone is here? Is that true? Woof! The white lady you mentioned has been missing for about a week. Check the surveillance footage at the police station to see when this little white dog arrived. It came here to forage some time after the white lady stopped feeding it. Wen Youning found a relatively sturdy iron rod and holding one end, forcefully pried it through the lock. The padlock is made of sturdy material and cannot be twisted open, but the latch extending from the locked door can be broken off. A stray puppy in the wild has no concept of time. When hungry, it looks for food. When full, it looks for a place to sleep. There is no fixed time for meals, and the only way to judge time is by watching the sunrise and sunset. She couldn't find out the exact time from the little white dog. A little over a week, Xi Jinping exclaimed. The Bureau hasn't received any reports. The only missing person case the Bureau has received recently is of a woman with the surname Zhang. The situation was urgent, so Xi Jinping gave up typing and directly dialed the phone. Creak squeak. The abandoned iron gate's latch, unable to bear the weight, emitted a dull sound of collapse. When Youning threw the lock and iron rod aside after breaking them apart, The iron door had no lock, and with a gentle push, it creaked open slowly. I found Teacher Wen. Shi Jinchen hurried over to tell Wen Youning. The little white dog first appeared in the surveillance footage 5 days ago, at 3:25 in the afternoon. Shi Jinchen, the door is open. No. The little white dog had been waiting anxiously, and when the door opened, it bolted inside without a word. Woof. Over here, over here. This road, the little white dog had obviously run through once before, as there were traces of little paw prints on the cardboard on the ground. Wen Youning closely followed the little white dog. Shi Jincheng was shouting in a low voice while on the phone, "I'll go in front, Teacher, when you come back. Let me go in front." The discarded trash was not handled, and the flattened cardboard boxes exposed to wind and sun had rotted and molded. After being soaked in water and dried, they were covered layer by layer, and over time, emitted a smell that was nauseating. Stepping on them, there was still water inside the stacked cardboard that hadn't dried completely, making a puff-puff sound. The dim courtyard had a somewhat eerie atmosphere, reminiscent of a horror movie adventure. Swish, swish. The little white dog ran all the way to the corner and desperately pawed at the open vent window, using all its might to tell Wen Youning that Sister Bai was inside. The vent window was on the ground, seemingly the vent of the basement, with a rectangular window that tilted at a barely noticeable angle. /woof /. The little white dog barked at the window as if calling out to the people inside. "Sister Bai, wake up, I brought someone here." "Why are you ignoring Wang?" When Shi Jincheng saw the person lying unconscious on the ground through the ventilated window, his pupils suddenly shrank. There really are people here. Although the garbage processing station is located in the city, there are no residential buildings nearby. Most of the houses awaiting demolition are empty, and the few that are occupied are by elderly residents who have difficulty moving and are waiting for assigned floors. As a result, it has remained unnoticed for such a long time. "Come on, Bai, move aside." Wen Youning picked up the little white dog and threw the stone at the glass. With a loud bang, the stone that hit the glass bounced back, and the glass was covered with stone fragments. Yet upon closer inspection, there wasn't even a slight crack. "What kind of glass is this?" Shi Jincheng said in shock. "I'll go look for a door inside." "This should not be a basement. It looks more like a sunroom on a lower level. It's just that it has been neglected for a long time, and the garbage piled up has blocked most of the glass roof." Wen Youning also followed in, running while calling for an ambulance. "Damn, don't scare me in the middle of the night. Be careful, you guys. I'm really afraid someone will suddenly pop out from somewhere." "Well, they should be able to handle it, one-on-one, right? Skilled people are bold, just go for it." With how pale Ms. Bai's face was, "If we don't hurry inside, I'm afraid someone will die in there. If someone blocks us, just hitting them directly will save time." "No, the keyhole is blocked." Wen Youning stopped at the entrance of the sunroom after coming down the stairs, shining her phone's flashlight, and it was clear that a broken key was stuck inside. Given the current environment, it looks like it was deliberately broken by hand. Wen Youning forcefully slammed against the room door. There was a loud thud from the impact, but the door did not budge, as if it were embedded in the concrete wall. "Let me do it." Shi Jinchen stopped Wen Youning, who was still trying to ram the door, and took her place, slightly bending his arm and slamming into it fiercely. Hiss! After knocking twice, Shi Jincheng's arm went numb. "It seems the only way is to open the door from the inside." Wen Youning squatted in front of the door, shining her flashlight at the crack. "The glass above can't be broken, and the ventilated window we can open, even if the glass breaks, isn't big enough for us to get in." Shi Jincheng's breathing became heavier as he said, "You wait here for my colleague to arrive, and I'll go try the top." "Wait," Wen Youning stopped him and said, "just open the door from the inside." "I know, but we can't go in." Wen Youning lowered her eyes, her gaze falling on the red hawk looking around and the little tabby rubbing against the wall. What? Meow. Click. Chirp creak. The tightly locked door slowly opened inward within 5 minutes. The gap of the vent window cannot fit a person, nor a slightly chubby puppy, but the little tabby cat and the red hawk can easily squeeze in. The red hawk is perched on the slowly swaying doorknob. Chirp. See, I told you the hawk can open the door, right? The little tabby cat also nodded. That's right. Wen Youning pounced in front of Ms. Bai, tugged at the iron chain on her wrist a couple of times and, unable to break free, pushed her down first, then grabbed her wrist to check her pulse. I have water in my backpack. The iron chain nailed to the wall restricted Ms. Bai's movement to the corner, and the wound on her wrist repeatedly healed and broke open, with the dark parts of the chain covered in dried blood. Here it comes. Shi Jinchen rummaged out a water bottle, opened it, and brought it to Ms. Bai's lips, supporting her back with one hand, gradually bringing the water to her mouth. Ms. Bai, Zhang, Miss Zhang, wake up. As he got closer, he immediately recognized her as Yin Feng's girlfriend, Zhang Anren. Why is she called Lady Bai? Jin Chen couldn't help but be curious. Wen Youning said, it's just a name. When the little white dog saw her, she was always wearing white clothes, so the little white dog kept calling her sister Bai in her heart. How would the puppy know the specific name? Zhang Anren had already lost consciousness, with no reaction to the outside world. Her dry, peeling lips were moistened by water, which trickled in through her slightly parted teeth. Woof woof, the little white dog anxiously circled around Ms. Bai. More than half a bottle of water spilled, and I don't know how much was fed in. Cough, cough. Zhang Anren had a slight reaction, began to cough lightly, and her chest had noticeable rises. She slowly opened her eyes, her gaze hazy and unfocused. After blinking several times, she gradually came to herself and her lips moved slightly. You all. The voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, but Zhang Anren seemed to exert a great deal of effort. Don't talk yet, the doctor will be here soon. Wen Youning stretched out to feel Zhang Anren's weak pulse. The most important thing now was to conserve energy. Zhang Anren's throat felt as if it had been sandpapered, her voice barely above a whisper. She struggled to lift her hand, and the iron chains made a clanging sound as they shifted. Her fingertips couldn't straighten and were slightly bent, pointing towards the flowers and grass ahead. The potted plant, which has not been watered on time and has not seen sunlight for a long while, now has yellowing leaves hanging down, petals scattered all over the ground, and still retains a faint fragrance. Flowers. Wen Youning put down Zhang Anren's hand and walked to the flower rack in confusion. There are flower racks on both sides, each about half a person high, filled with potted plants. Due to the wilted flowers, it is hard to tell what species they are, and the mixed flower scents are also difficult to distinguish. Wen Youning picked up the flower pot that the lady in white pointed to. As she lifted it, she immediately felt that the weight was off. The flower pot was even not filled properly. It felt a bit too heavy. Shi Jincheng noticed that Wen Youning's expression was off. What's wrong? Wen Youning pushed aside the flower soil, pinched a corner of the plastic and lifted it. 3 solid gold bars wrapped tightly in plastic shone under the light of the phone's flashlight. Bullet screen. Oh my God, can I really watch this? Please raise the camera a little. When the ambulance arrived, the medical staff came in with a stretcher and carried Ms. Bai out. The little white dog followed without turning back and barked, woof. The dog wants to go too, take the dog along. Little Bai, you can't go to the hospital. Wen Youning handed the flower pot to Shi Jincheng and stopped the little white dog from following. You stay here for now, and wait until Ms. Bai recovers before you go find her. The hospital does not allow small animals to enter, whether they are stray animals or pet animals. It is strictly prohibited. The little white dog can't get on the ambulance either. If it chases the vehicle all the way, it may end up causing an accident. For safety's sake, It is better to temporarily leave the little white dog behind. Woo! Sister by sister. Don't worry, she just hasn't eaten for a long time. Her body is weak, but she is not in any danger. Wen Youning comforted the little dog that was anxious and whining. Xi Jinping has already started to search through other flower pots. Without exception, each flower pot contained gold bars, just differing in quantity. Xi Jinping, I wondered why I couldn't find where this batch of gold was hidden. Who would have thought it was hidden in the flower house of the recycling station? When checking on Yin Feng, we also looked into his girlfriend, but the clue broke off with her disappearance. Who would have thought she was locked up in this cursed place? Xi Jinping stood up and said, I'll take you back first. I have to work late tonight, General. Please take care of things. Woo-woo. The general moved closer and rubbed against his thigh. So, the little white dog really saved Ms. Bai's life. Good causes lead to good outcomes. The little dog has been thinking about Ms. Bai all along. If it had been discovered any later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The little white dog achieved great merit. A reward is a must. The gift display in the live broadcast room has been continuous, and now it's even more explosive, with one large effect not finished before another large gift follows. When Youning picked up the little white dog, its paws are all dusty and dirty, not knowing what it stepped in, covered in muddy water. The little white dog shrank back a bit. It hurts. Its paw seems to be injured. The little white dog didn't make a sound of pain while walking. It seems that the tense nerves only relaxed after Mrs. Bai felt safe. Help! How can the little white dog be so good? Can it be adopted? I want to adopt it. Don't rush. I have already sent a private message to Teacher Wen. The gifts I received were many. Take care of me. Teacher Wen really doesn't treat me as an outsider. Saving someone in the middle of the night makes my blood boil. Wen Youning said, let's go home first. She turned off the flashlight on her phone, and the live broadcast room in the background popped up automatically. She paused. Didn't I end the broadcast? When she switched screens, the account had already indicated that she was logged out. The moment the voice fell, the screen went completely black. Is that right? The bullet comments were arguing fiercely about the adoption issue of the little white dog. Before I could even refuse such words, the live stream immediately went black. After saying that, there was not a single second of delay before it ended. There are quite a few police officers outside, and Xi Jinping is talking to them about something. Since it involved the case, Wen Youning didn't get close and sent a message to Xi Jinping, saying she would return with the police car to give a statement. The remaining issues are handed over to professionals to handle. When she got into the police car, Wen Youning stroked her phone and thought, should she buy a car for the convenience of taking her small animals out? By the time she got home, it was already late at night. Wen Youning was already very familiar with how to answer in the police station after going there twice. Sometimes Jin Chen was present on site, and he let her go after only answering some basic questions. Xiao Bai is coming. Wen Youning took out the medical kit and opened a new bottle of saline solution. The little white dog was confused and walked over, bewildered, when it heard the human call its name. Little Tabby immediately cowered back upon seeing that box full of evil that would poke cats with needles. The saline solution would not hurt even if it comes into direct contact with the bleeding wound. She squeezed the bottle to wash away the dirt on her paw. There are no obvious wounds on the paw pads, most likely due to walking too much. The puppy's paw pads are still very soft, with not much thick keratin layer for protection, so it's easy for them to get this way from walking too much. The little white dog has been running around all day without taking a break. After using more than 2 bottles of saline solution and rinsing them clean, Meng Youning applied a layer of ointment. To be safe, she also put an Elizabethan collar on the little white dog, wrapping it around its neck. A wide, open, funnel-shaped collar that can effectively prevent the little white dog from licking its own paws. The little white dog felt very curious the first time wearing such a thing, shaking its head from side to side. The properly sized Elizabethan collar remained still. "Lie down for a while, we'll move once the ointment dries," Wen Youning patted the little white dog and started to wipe the general's paws. After tidying up the fluffy things at home, Wen Youning stretched and said, "You all play but keep the noise down." "Meow." The little tabby jumped onto Wen Youning's shoulder and said, "What are you going to do, Meow?" "Meow, I'll go with you." Wen Youning brushed her fingers across the little cat's jaw, saying, "Go take a bath. Do you want to go too?" The little tabby cat's paw had barely touched Wen Youning's clothes, and before it could even steady itself, it unhesitatingly turned and jumped down. The word refusal was almost written on the little tabby cat's back. The general, without the wheelchair, tried to support himself with his hind legs and slowly moved. Can stand up, but walking smoothly is still a challenge. When walking, it's slow and often moves the front paws in sync, making it look very uncoordinated. However, for a paralyzed German Shepherd, being able to move is already a significant improvement. The little white dog may have been frightened by wild dogs and has some trauma, which makes it hesitant to get too close to larger dogs. Even though the larger dog is not showing any signs of aggression, the little white dog still tries to shrink into a corner and reduce its presence. Noticing the little white dog cowering and unfamiliar with the place, plus there are other animals around, it seems to be having a hard time adapting. Before Wen Youning entered the bathroom, she took the little white dog into the secondary bedroom. The space wasn't as spacious as outside, but the separate environment should help it relax a bit. The little tabby was pacing on the table, circling around the medical kit, occasionally pawing at it, seemingly trying to pretend to accidentally push this gigantic object that was 2 sizes bigger than itself off the table, to repay it for the pain of the injection. Buzz buzz. The cunning little kitten was startled by the vibration of the phone on the table. The medical kit almost fell down. It fell down first by itself. "Damn it!" The little tabby curiously walked over to the phone and started pawing at the phone instead of the medical box. The phone is smaller in comparison. It would be even lighter. It's at the level where a little kitten could easily push it off the table with just a couple of nudges. Dried fish. The bathroom door opened, and the humid heat rushed towards me. The partially extended phone was urgently intercepted by the little tabby. Meow, meow, meow. The little kitten frantically stretched out its paw to pull the phone back. Meow. The phone is about to fall. I'll help you catch it, meow. Definitely not me pushing it off. Absolutely. Bad guy. Wen Youning rubbed the little tabby cat's head and said, "This is my only phone. If it breaks, I'll cut your food supply and make you get me a new phone." Woo-woo. The little tabby cat lay on Wen Youning's hand, blinking its eyes and nuzzling affectionately. Wen Youning scratched the little cat's chin with her fingertip, picked up her phone, and found a series of messages from Kyan Newell. "Kyan Newell, Teacher Wen, you're simply amazing. It's really true that someone poked at the rapid wind with a needle, and that's why it got angry and stomped its feet, hurting people. We managed staff checked the surveillance, but there was no angle directly addressing it, and the footage captured was very blurry. We could see the tourists reaching out, but we couldn't confirm it was using a needle to poke the horse. Then I noticed that there were quite a few tourists taking photos and recording videos while riding, so we began to seek help from other tourists present, offering a reward of 100,000. In just half a day, someone contacted us and provided high-definition video. Video link attached. This video is crystal clear, including the reaction of the horse when poked with a needle. The tourist said he was relatively close at the time and was curious to see the horse go wild, so he intentionally moved in a bit. After a meeting led by our zoo management, it has been decided to sue the visitor who committed fraud in court, requiring him to return the previous compensation and pay more compensation. Wen Youning did not check her phone while taking a bath, so she did not see the messages, but that does not diminish Kyan Yu's excited desire to express herself. The messages were a long string, mixed with various happy and cheerful emojis. It is clear that Kyan Yu is very excited right now. As long as we find evidence, that's good. Yes, the tourist sensed something was wrong and contacted us, hoping for a resolution. I could go to him. What was he thinking when trying to extort money? He'll end up in prison. I even specially applied to have the money obtained from the lawsuit placed in the account at the horse ranch, to improve Jiafeng's quality of life, haha. After all, Jiafeng has suffered a great injustice in this incident. If it weren't for Wen Youning discovering it in time, now the swift wind would have perished together with the innocent next horseback tourist. Kyan Yu was very satisfied to receive a reply. When she looked up at the time, it was almost dawn outside. She realized that sharing news at this time didn't seem very appropriate. Mainly, the meeting had just ended, and it was not good to leak out anything that had no results yet. She was so happy that she didn't know who to tell, so she could only discuss it with Wen Youning. It took half a day of bombarding messages before Wen Youning replied, just like being shaken awake after falling asleep. Kyan Yu, sorry teacher, when did I wake you up? Wen Youning, no, you didn't wake me. I just got home not long ago. Go to sleep. Kyan Yu, okay, good night teacher Wen. It rained lightly during the night. The sound of the rustling drizzle is extremely soft. The small tabby sleeping on top of Wen Youning's head stirred its ears, burrowed into the blanket, and tried hard to snuggle into Wen Youning's arms, adjusting to a comfortable position before lying down to continue sleeping. Wen Youning sensed the movement of the kit and closed her eyes while adjusting her arm. She slept late, and when she woke up, the sky outside was already bright. By noon, the traces left by the light rain last night had already been baked dry by the sun. After running out for a whole night, the furry ones at home are sleeping very soundly. Sleeping deeply seems to make one feel less hungry. When Youning washed her face, the cool water splashed on her made her feel much more awake. She held a slice of bread in her mouth and steamed the cooked meat paste she made yesterday. When the live broadcast room opened, there were still many people sending bullet comments even after the broadcast ended. Wen Youning opened the live broadcast on one side and said, "Good morning, everyone. It's already past 1 o'clock and I've finished my lunch. The broadcast is getting later and later. I strongly condemn this on behalf of myself. The cat food looks more appetizing than last time. It makes me hungry just looking at it. I stayed up too late last night. I'll try to adjust my schedule next time." Wen Youning had just started the broadcast when Kyan Yu's call came in. "Hello. Good morning, Teacher Wen." Kyan Yu's excited voice came from the receiver. She had been waiting in Wen Youning's live broadcast room since waking up, afraid to send a message and disturb her, worried that she might wake up the sleeping Wen Youning. Seeing that the live broadcast had started, she immediately made the call. "Do you have time today?" Kyan Yu said in one breath. "We have a problem with the male tiger borrowed for breeding outside the park. Could you come and take a look? Also, the contract has already been drafted, fully according to your requirements, Teacher Wen, and can be signed today." Wen Youning lifted the lid of the pot and asked while quickly finishing the last few bites of bread, "Borrowed for breeding. Has it been returned?" It has been almost a week since it was sent back. Kyan Yu doesn't usually handle other parks, but when she was getting the contract for Wen Youning, she heard the veterinarian signing the contract mention it. It is said that there seems to be a psychological issue. It looks listless all day, with no spirit in eating or drinking. It also shows indifference towards the keepers, like if you gave it a kick, it wouldn't even bother to retaliate. Kyan Yu gained quite a bit of knowledge while staying with Wen Youning. especially regarding the details of the tiger issues. She said, "It doesn't seem to exhibit stereotypical behaviors. The keepers even suspect it has lovesickness, being fond of a female tiger in another park. However, after contacting the staff at that park, it turned out the mating was not cooperative at all, and it was getting into fights with the tigers there almost every few days. In the end, the keepers there could no longer stand it, so they paused the breeding and sent it back to us." And that's how it went. When Wen Youning mentioned this tiger, his voice became quite helpless. Careful calculation shows that there weren't any issues with the entire process. In fact, someone stepped in to solve the problems as soon as they were discovered. Everything has been dealt with. Unfortunately, the tiger at their zoo has been acting very strangely. I can't see the tiger, so Wen Youning can't draw a conclusion either. She just said, "I'll prepare their food first, then I'll go take a look later." "Okay, I'll wait for you." Wen Youning happily hung up the phone. If Teacher Wen becomes a formal employee of the park, can all the animals be touched anytime and anywhere? That would be so awesome. If I had that kind of ability, I would just stay in the zoo all the time. Alas, a city does not have giant pandas. By the way, can the veterinarians at the wildlife park also be dispatched elsewhere to help out in other parks, that kind of thing? It's time to eat. Wen Youning put down the plate and called out to the little white dog, saying, "Little white, come eat in the room. Woof. After one night, the little white dog's condition had clearly improved a lot. The second bedroom had the urinal pad changed, and Wen Youning saw that everything was almost tidied up, so she changed her clothes and planned to go out. "You all get along well at home. I'll be back in the evening." Meow. "Okay, meow." City A. Inside the wildlife park. The tiger is not suitable for public display due to its poor condition after being borrowed out some time ago, and opening it for visits may provoke the tiger's emotion. So the tiger enclosure has had no visitors for 6 months. The tiger exhibit is luxuriously decorated, incomparable to other exhibits. Just by looking at the decoration, one can tell which animals are the most popular in the park. There is even a large tiger statue at the entrance, with a mottled color that must be due to visitors frequently touching it for photos. "Eat a little, Arno, just look at how thin you've become." The caretaker squats beside the tiger, looking worried at the sleeping tiger. "Let's not sleep, okay? Is there meat in your dreams?" He was waving the freshly cut meat in front of the tiger's nose, but the tiger seemed completely indifferent. Not even a bite. The tiger's eyelids twitched. "I'm on a hunger strike, don't bother me." "Don't hold it with your hands, put it back in the bucket. The tiger will secretly eat it after you leave." "Du Kunlin, I've brought Teacher Wen for you," Wen Youning shouted across the fence gate. "Open the door." "It's dangerous inside, you should just stay there." Du Kunlin didn't dare to open the door directly, as he was facing an adult, fully grown tiger. He had raised it since it was a cub, so being close to it wasn't a problem, but if it faced a stranger, even if the tiger was depressed, it would still stand up to fight. "Wen Youning," she said in silence, "do you expect me to have Teacher Wen diagnose with pulse through the strings? Looking through the lens, what a big tiger it is." "No matter how big the tiger is, it's still a feline. If it's a cat, you can rub it. You can hold it and rub it. I feel like the tiger's tail is thicker than my arm." The tiger is motionless, appearing to have a sense of deep despair, a faint feeling of passing away. Transcending worldly matters, totally indifferent to everything around. But who is coming? Smell it, smell it. Oh, this human smell is a bit strange. Should I open my eyes and take a look? Forget it, the human is here. If I open my eyes now, all my efforts will be in vain. The tiger doesn't want that. The inner voice jumps with delight, and in the end, there are still some murmurs. Du Kunlin, completely unaware, patiently and carefully said to the tiger, "Arno, shall we go into the cage first? Let the doctor check you and see if you are sick." The tiger stood completely still. "Sick? Who is sick? You don't know how strong a tiger is." "You are sick. A tiger can't possibly be sick." The tiger doesn't want to see a doctor. It can fool the doctor too. The tiger is dressed so well that it's hard to tell how many doctors it has deceived. Dressed up. Wen Youning's tail slightly moved as she looked at the tiger sprawled out sleeping, feeling intrigued. "Do you think I can get away with it? If I just come in like this, would you promise not to bite me?" "Huh? Not bite you? What does it matter if the tiger agrees or not? If the tiger wants to bite, then it will. The tiger can bite. Wait a minute." The tiger suddenly opened its eyes, slightly parted its mouth and stared blankly at Wen Youning. "What?" Wen Youning said. "If you agree, just nod your head." The tiger instinctively nodded, and only after lowering its head did it realize what it was doing, hurriedly lying down in response to this action. "No matter. The tiger wants to sleep. Something's not right. This human is not right." While speaking, Wen Youning had already opened the door. "The zookeeper is coming and going, and the door here is just hung with a loop of iron chains." Hey, you guys are just coming in like this." Wen Youning hadn't reacted much yet, but Du Kunlun was already scared half to death. If the tiger really suddenly goes wild, he can't stop it at all. If the tiger gets really angry and attacks indiscriminately, then he would be in trouble. "It's okay. Didn't you say that the tiger is in poor spirits, lacking energy, and doesn't react even when kicked?" Wen Youning followed Du Kunlun's words. "This tiger has been raised in a zoo since it was young and hasn't undergone any wild training. Under the condition of being full and satisfied, it might even be too lazy to open its mouth to bite if a live chicken is thrown in front of it." The voice of the heart best reflects the state of the small animal at that moment. This tiger has no aggression at all. "Kick HMPH. If you dare to kick, write it down. The tiger needs to be sick for 2 days, no 3 days. If you dare to send the tiger to another place, the tiger will make you pay the price. The tiger will never show you any affection again. Its heart has already died since you sent it to another park." This voice of the heart, one after another, is the first time Wen Youning has encountered such a talkative tiger. However, the more she listens, the more she feels something is off. She hesitated and said, "Do you often listen to the story of the domineering president falling in love with me in front of the tiger, which is like a brutal and heartbreaking cremation scene?" Du Kunlun paused while pushing someone out of the garden, looking like a frizzy chicken that had its tail guessed. "What's wrong? What did you hear?" "Listening doesn't delay my work. I just open my phone, place it there, and the sound plays automatically. I get my work done. Nothing muddled, okay?" Wen Youning had a calm expression, holding back laughter upon closer inspection. "No, what I mean is, next time when you listen, you can try to avoid the tiger a bit." Du Kunlun's momentum suddenly diminished, and when he spoke again, he sounded a bit shorter. "WH, what do you mean?" "What it means is," Wen Youning shrugged helplessly, "the tiger has heard everything. Not only that, but he also put what he learned into practice." The dozing tiger quietly lifted one eyelid. "Woo. What's wrong with the tiger?" "Knowledge is the ladder for the tiger's progress. The tiger is happy to learn something." The tiger's sturdy tail swings impatiently, dare to point out the tiger's mistakes. The tiger suddenly opened its mouth and startled you. The tiger tilted its head, did not get up, but turned to come a bit closer to Wen Youning. As soon as it lifted its paw, Wen Youning suddenly stepped forward and shouted, "Ah!" The tiger startled, immediately leaping up and rushing away far, then stopping not far away, pacing angrily and shouting, "Roar! Ha ha ha, look how scared my brother tiger is. Tiger, are you sick?" Du Kunlun understood the meaning behind Wen Youning's words, but his mind was racing and still a bit confused. What does listening to this have to do with it being sick? Arno is currently refusing to eat, depressed and a bit withdrawn. Wen Youning took a half step back to avoid the tiger's probing paw and said, "I'm not sick. I don't have depression and I'm not autistic. The reason I don't talk to you is that I'm cursing you in my heart. The fasting is just so I can secretly eat after you get off work." "That's impossible," Du Kunlin immediately retorted. "The meat I've taken out is all accounted for. I have weighed how many pounds are in a bucket, and if a tiger had eaten it, you'd be able to tell at a glance. Moreover, every day after work, I put this meat back in the warehouse." "Well, it must have sneaked in the warehouse to eat." Wen Youning noticed the tiger baring its teeth at her. Those tiger teeth, combined with the terrifying biting force of the tiger, could pierce through bones as easily as biting through cotton candy. There were always some pieces of meat in the warehouse that hadn't been fully frozen. With good teeth, it's quite comfortable to eat some chilled meat in this hot weather. Du Kunlin's expression and gaze subtly hinted at a hint of daze. "What's wrong with you?" Wen Youning noticed that he seemed to be in a daze and waved his hand in front of his eyes. "Come back to yourself." Du Kunlin said, "I think I know why Ajong has been shivering and in a trance when he guards the gate lately." Ajong is a local pine pig raised at the zoo. Wen Youning couldn't help but laugh. The little dog guards the meat, and with the tiger gone, it wouldn't even dare to wake up pretending to be asleep. "Ajong, is this job absolutely necessary?" "Watchdog, just tell me if the door is missing or not." "The door isn't missing, so what's the big deal if the meat gets eaten?" "Reasonable, well-grounded." Du Kunlin so Arno it. "Not sick, just acting." Wen Youning described the tiger's feelings to Du Kunlin and analyzed. "You sent it to another zoo which made it unhappy," referencing the story plot, deliberately pretending to be sick until you regret it. Du Kunlin felt a buzz in his head, and in a daze he even had a bit of tinnitus. "Are you saying it's acting? Is it referencing the plot over there?" "That's different. What plot is it referencing?" Wen Youning stroked her jaw. "If it's a crematorium text, it's likely the male protagonist in the first half, female protagonist in the second half." "Aren't you going to eat a bit of bitterness?" Du Kunlin's mouth twitched, clapping his hands together. "Fine, let it take everything for itself. Is the crematorium all torturing me, purely tormenting me? Is it coming for me?" "Roar! Shut up." The tiger's thoughts have all been analyzed by Wen Youning. Doesn't the tiger care about its face? A dignified, nationally protected animal, does it not have any privacy at all? You have already infringed upon the tiger's right to privacy. Seeing the tiger slapping the ground, looking like it wanted to reason with her, Wen Youning explained, "That is an invasion of privacy rights." "Awu. It's all the same." "No, is this right? You two are here exchanging words, taking each other to court. The plaintiff and defendant should each hire a lawyer. You're a tiger, you should be biting when you're angry, not just roaring and reasoning." "Roar!" The tiger approached slowly, its face fierce and menacing. The tiger's roar is extremely oppressive. The low growl echoes continuously in the ears. "What do you want to do?" Wen Youning was not scared by the tiger and joked with a laugh. "It's still a Siberian tiger." "There is indeed some lineage in that aspect," said Du Kunlin. "Arno was bred a mixed breed." "Hey, can you tell? Does it have the characteristics of a Siberian tiger on its face?" Du Kunlin observed the tiger's large head, as if he couldn't really tell anything, or maybe he wasn't a professional veterinarian, so he couldn't see it. Just kidding." When Youning looked at the tiger glaring at her, it's not used to being sent away, and being relocated can really affect its mood. Arno has a good mentality. If it were a more introverted tiger, it might really become depressed. Let's try not to send it away. "Okay, I will report to the director later." After saying this, Du Kunlin paused, feeling as if he had been led by the nose by Wen Youning since the discussion started, completely following her rhythm. He just nodded along. He scratched his head, still not realizing how he had transformed from questioning. whether reading animals' minds is real or not, to believing Wen Youning's words. The matter had already been settled. Well, next time I'll change a few books to listen to, Du Kunlun thought to himself as this bad guy pretended to be sick to scare him. If it does this again next time, I'll let it listen to the water margin, replaying the part about Wu Song. Huh, the tiger tilted its head. Wu Song, what's that? Let me listen. Du Kunlun didn't understand, but he met the tiger's eager and curious gaze. It seems like it's quite interested. That's it, Brother Tiger has gained some culture from this. A bit cultured, but not much. Give me an address. I'll send over some 3-year college entrance exam simulations. I think my brother who needs them. The eager-to-learn chubby baby, let it listen to calculus, advanced mathematics, and particle decomposition. Sleep aid. Caiyan Yu hid behind Wen Youning, laughing enough, and nudged Du Kunlun's shoulder. Xiao Lin, your interests and hobbies are quite broad. Go, go, go. Du Kunlun pushed the person back. Why are you so bold today? Before, you would throw something down to me when you came, and you wouldn't even dare to speak when you got close, let alone come down. With Teacher Wen here, what am I afraid of? Caiyan Yu was certain with Wen Youning in charge there wouldn't be any accidents. Besides, she patted her chest and said, I bought insurance. Du Kunlun. Huh. Not only is it not afraid anymore, it even wants to come in and extort something from the tiger. Is that what this means? Wen Youning sat down next to the tiger and brought over the bucket of meat. Let's eat this meat while it's fresh. Frozen meat still has a difference in texture. Woo, the tiger just lay down and saw this, turning its head away. Which pretending sick tiger would eat in front of people? Are you saying that a tiger is called to eat another tiger? Doesn't the tiger care about its face? Humph. Wen Youning rubbed the tiger's ear. The tiger's fur felt somewhat stiff, completely different from rubbing a kitten or puppy. It was thick, and her fingers could sink in enough to cover the back of her hand. She scratched the tiger's neck. At this spot no feline can resist. The tiger squinted its eyes, purring softly with a slight tremor. Stay away from the tiger, it doesn't like you. A little further down. Warming up a tiger, Wen Youning is quite experienced in this. The massage strength is just right. It won't make the tiger uncomfortable, and it won't be too light to the point where the tiger can't feel anything. Noticing the small actions of the tiger refusing to eat, Du Kunlun hissed. It seems that Arno still doesn't want to eat. It's still questionable whether he really went to the warehouse to steal food. The tiger hasn't eaten anything from the time he started work this morning until now. If we go by what Wen Youning said, the tiger is just pretending to be sick. Now that it has already been exposed, why is it still unwilling to eat meat in front of us? Wen Youning said, because it's still angry. Your keeper promised that he won't send you away anymore. He already knows he was wrong. Do you forgive him? Wen Youning said good things about the keeper while stroking the tiger's fur. The tiger's head hung down on her leg, purring continuously, and its paw lifted slightly, as if it wanted to cover its mouth, helping Wen Youning to mute. But unfortunately, with its eyes closed, it couldn't find the direction. After a couple of movements, the paw was lowered again. Who? Don't mention him when you're so happy. It seems that the tiger still holds a grudge about being sent out and brought back. Warm sunlight is shining, and the tiger is dozing off on Wen Youning's lap, closing his eyes and yawning. Wen Youning skillfully stuffed a small piece of meat into the tiger's mouth. With something in its mouth, the tiger reflexively closed its mouth. Wen Youning lifted her hand that was resting under the tiger's jaw, and with a gulp, the meat went right in. Tigers don't usually chew their meat slowly. They tear it off their prey, chew it a couple of times, and swallow it whole. The piece of meat that Wen Youning selected was much smaller than what the tiger would have torn from its prey. The tiger's eyes widened with a whoosh, and it raised its head in disbelief, wondering if something was just swallowed. All right, you've already taken a bite in front of the keeper. The plot has changed, and it's time for a new script for him to regret. Of course, he should already be regretting it now. Wen Youning cradled the tiger's head in her hands, rubbing its fur gently and gathering it towards the center. When the tiger is not angry, holding it like this, the tiger's eyes, as clear and transparent as amber, are beautiful yet somewhat dull. The tiger's eyes moved slightly, glancing sideways at Du Kunlun. Wen Youning nodded at him, indicating Du Kunlun to cooperate a bit. Since the atmosphere was already like this, he should express his stance, and the tiger could calm itself down. Du Kunlun looked left and right, receiving the signal, and did a bit of psychological preparation. Although he didn't know why he had to do this, if it could help Arno recover, then losing face was worth it. So, Du Kunlun cried out without hesitation, "I was wrong. I shouldn't have sent you to another park. After you left, I couldn't eat or sleep. I think about you day and night. I regret it. I can't be without you. You must get better soon." Wen Youning. That's not what I meant. Just say the first 3 words. No performances of any kind in public. Wen Youning. Is this program still going on? It's not a waste to come here. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. I can't even imagine how much fun it will be when the tiger park reopens. It is suggested to show the tiger some suspense or horror movies. I want to see the tiger sneakily dressing up as a ghost at the zookeeper's bedside at night to scare him. Is there still a need to dress up as a ghost? Just the tiger appearing at the bedside is already scary enough. Unlike the astonishment of the two at Du Kunlun's behavior, the tiger is quite satisfied with Du Kunlun's attitude. Roar. Tigers are also very reasonable tigers. Since you have already recognized your mistake, the tiger forgives you. The tiger's tail sways from side to side, the tip hitting the ground, splashing small clumps of grass and soil. The matter is resolved. No need to pretend to be sick anymore. The tiger stretched lazily and rubbed its side against Wen Youning, saying, "Mm. You are a good human." A low growl close to the ear, without any hint of anger. Wen Youning hugged the big tiger's head and said, "All right, the problem is solved. You need to eat well from now on." Roar. The tiger turned around and picked up a piece of meat, tilting its head. "Human, want a bite?" Wen Youning declined the still bleeding piece of meat. "I'm not hungry, you eat it." Du Kunlun watched as the tiger rapidly recovered before his very eyes, unable to help but hold his forehead. Had he known the problem was here, he would have apologized long ago. To be honest, seeing the state of Arno when he came back, he truly regretted it. Just now it was a performance, but there were still quite a few genuine feelings in it. Seeing the tiger eating on its own, at least it started eating something right in front of him, Du Kunlun was indeed relieved. What a fun time. I didn't expect the tiger park to be this lively with just one tiger. Wen Youning kept laughing next to me, wanting me to perform a couple of episodes too. The problem is solved. I should leave now. Wen Youning got up and brushed off the dust from her clothes. Before she could turn around, the tiger took a step forward and bit her hem. "Woo. Don't go. I'll come to play with you next time." While others send good person cards, Teacher Wen sends next time card. Let's see which cuddly ones received this card. Wen Youning leaned down and hugged the tiger's neck, and as it relaxed, she smoothly swung onto its back and pulled to the side. Woof, the tiger lay down on its side. Wen Youning quickly patted the tiger's belly and sat up, saying, "Okay, you can bask in the sun here for a while." The tiger still doesn't want to let go of the person. Where has Du Kunlun seen such a scene? Is it because they meet often? Every time he finishes work and wants to leave, the tiger can't even be bothered to lift its eyelids. "So I should leave." Du Kunlun crossed his arms. "Let her stay and be your keeper." The tiger's movement to turn over paused for a moment. WNG. "That's fine." "What does it mean?" Du Kunlun pointed at the tiger in disbelief and said, "What kind of look was that just now? Does it dislike me?" While the tiger's attention was on Du Kunlun, Wen Youning quickly got up and ran towards the door. The clingy big tiger quickly reacted, roar. It raised its head and roared, then charged forward. Although Wen Youning had a head start, the explosive running speed of the tiger over a short distance meant that no human could escape even if they broke their legs. The tiger's powerful hind legs propelled it forward, almost instantly closing the gap to Wen Youning. "Be careful, Arno, stop." Du Kunlin's face changed in an instant. Running with your back to the tiger was deadly. Even with acquaintances, a tiger playing around can potentially crush someone to death, and at best it can break a few ribs. Du Kunlin used to play like this with tiger cubs often, but when the tiger grew up, he played like that once, and just that once it almost knocked him into the hospital. After that, he didn't dare to play recklessly anymore. The tiger may not mean to harm you, it is purely just playing with you in a very simple way. But the strength of a tiger is something that humans cannot compare to. Even a pat on the shoulder could cause bone fractures. The tiger's tongue, wanting to affectionately lick you, has barbs on it that can directly scrape off a layer of skin. However, when Du Kunlin's heart raced and he rushed over to help, the tiger stood up and lunged at Wen Youning's back, causing her to instinctively take 2 steps forward. The tiger did not seem to use much strength, with its 2 front paws resting on Wen Youning's shoulders, its chin resting on the top of her head, steadily holding Wen Youning in his arms. No leaving. Finally having a human that he likes. The tiger is unwilling to let go of the person. "Hello, Arno, you're so heavy." Wen Youning was hugged tightly by the tiger. On such a hot day, the warmth of the tiger's fur is just too much. Roar. Du Kunlin had his hands on his hips, no longer as eager as he was at first, looking from the side. "When you charged at me, you were going all out, but when you pounced on Teacher Wen, how did you know to control your strength? You did that on purpose, didn't you? Is this appropriate, Du Kunlin? I really don't know what I was worried about just now. Tell Batman the Joker has been found. The tiger just wants to cuddle with Teacher Wen. What's wrong with that?" Ha ha ha, the tiger doesn't want to let go. It really doesn't seem easy to get away. Wen Youning raised her hand, her palm resting on the tiger's paw, which could completely encompass her hand, leaving no fingertips exposed. "Look, the feel is amazing." The tiger can feel it as it kneads and rubs, looking down at its claws being shaped into various forms. The tiger blinked and licked Wen Youning's cheek with its paw. "Hey," Du Kunlin's face turned pale and he instinctively stepped forward. Wen Youning grabbed the 2 tigers' front paws and brought the pads together. Hearing the noise, she turned her head and asked, Du Kunlin. "It's nothing. I just came to take a look." Tigers can control the barbs on their tongues and can also control their strength, just like when they lick their cubs. Otherwise, normally, a single lick can injure the cubs. It is obvious that Arno consciously controls the barbs on his tongue. What? Startled. Not steady like a tiger at all. The tiger licked its nose, showing disdain. "Don't want me to leave." Wen Youning began to feel the heat. "Then you come home with me." Woof. Good. No, seeing Arno leaving in such a hurry, Du Kunlin hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Play is play and noise is noise. When the tiger leaves the tiger park, its fate is unpredictable. Take it home, take it home. A quiet agreement came from behind. Du Kunlin's defenses were broken. Kyan Nuo, don't just join in the fun. The tiger park has already turned into a mess. Everyone might as well drink while it's chaotic. Tiger, home tigers, I found a human who wants to take me home. What a clingy big tiger, Teacher Wen. How can you bear to leave it here alone? Du Kunlin, am I non-existent? The tiger eagerly wants to follow Owl. Let's go. Wen Youning reached out to stroke the fur. Good boy, I'll come back in the future. You can play with the caretaker here, and he will also read stories to you. Yes, I downloaded a lot of new stories. Du Kunlun said he couldn't keep the tiger, so he took out an extremely attractive phone, opened the content inside for the tiger to see. All of them are new. Which one do you want to hear? I'll open it for you right now. The phone screen was shoved in front of the tiger's eyes, but the tiger only glanced at it and then looked away. Du Kunlun was puzzled. What does this mean? Wen Youning didn't know how to explain it, looking like he wanted to laugh. Are you tired? The tiger can't read. It just likes to learn. Du Kunlun. Hiss, who am I? Where am I? What did I just show the tiger? Ha, the tiger can't be bothered with you. Tiger, you're a tiger and I'm a tiger too. You're truly a tiger. Wen Youning crawled out of the tiger's arms. I really should go. I have an appointment with the other little animals. I can't be late. She agreed to wait for the leader of the wild dog pack there. Regardless of whether the leader goes or not, she has to go. Oh, I will come to play with you often. Wen Youning patted the tiger's head, and as the tiger was thinking, she stepped out the door sideways, waving her hand and saying, see you next time. The tiger raised its head. Owl. Wen Yu didn't dare to squeeze directly past the tiger, so Wen Youning went up first. Seeing nobody, the tiger felt bored and left the door. At that moment, she opened the door and ran after Wen Youning's footsteps. Teacher Wen, is there any problem with the clauses in the contract? Wen Yu specially carried a bag to show the contract, twisting a signature pen in her hand. No problem. Not only is there no problem, but many of the clauses also favor her, giving the impression that she drafted the contract herself. There are no pitfalls, only benefits for her. Working hours are flexible, there's no need to be in the office, and the salary is quite good. Wen Youning's main job now is still live streaming, and her earnings also come from live streaming. No matter how high her fixed salary is, it cannot surpass the income from her live streaming room. The wages offered in the park are high, presenting the attitude of a principal. Wen Youning signed the contract. Can I go to that staff dormitory now? Of course you can, Wen Yu said, putting away one of the 2 copies of the contract. We have many vacant dormitories here, all cleaned regularly. Does Teacher Wen want to live here? Our dormitories are comparable to a 2-bedroom apartment rented outside. It's particularly cost-effective since I don't have to pay water, electricity, and property fees myself. Many staff members live in their dormitories within the park. I plan to take a shower. Wen Youning came home smelling of black bears, and the little animals at home were all in a frenzy. Now, although she can't smell anything, she knows that after playing so closely with the tiger for half a day, she must be covered in the tiger's scent. The little tabby was so angry that it rolled around on the ground all the way home. Okay, I'll take you there first. Wen Yu started the park's small car, which looked quite similar to the old man's car. But the old man's car cannot be driven on the road. This kind of small car can only be driven within the park. Wen Yu said, Teacher Wen, what do you think of my little car? I can help you apply for one too, and I guarantee you'll finish grooming the black bear and be done with the tiger in 10 minutes. With Wen Youning's affinity, it is just a matter of time before she wins over all the small animals in the park. Wen Youning ordered clothes online from the same city. How is the situation with the warty-nosed swan now? The situation is very good, Wen Yu said. The 2 of them are now taking turns incubating the eggs, just waiting for them to hatch. Once they do, this area will be all employee dorms. Wen Yu pressed the brake, stopping at the flat dormitory with an independent courtyard. This is the highest standard of employee accommodation, usually used by the park supervisors. Since this park is still vacant and the park director hasn't introduced any animals, the dormitory is also empty, just right for you to use. The supporting facilities inside are all complete. The television and computer are all uniformly equipped, somewhat like the presidential suite of a luxury hotel. This is the key. Kai and Newell took a separate bunch from the whole set of keys and handed it to Wen Youning. "All right, Teacher Wen, you go take a shower first and just shout if you have any questions." Wen Youning took it and said thank you. "Hi, why are you being so polite with me?" Kai and Newell waved the contract in his hand and said, "I'll take this to the principal's office first. Let's go, Teacher Wen." The live broadcast turned black as soon as we entered the dormitory. It will only recover after nearly half an hour. After finishing her bath and changing into her clothes, Wen Youning stood by the table blowing her hair and opened the live stream saying, "Did you hear any sounds?" There is a slight sound of the wind from the hairdryer, faintly mixed with a woofing sound. It really seems like there is, huh? Do you know what small animals are in the adjacent park? It sounds like the noise of small animals. When Wen Youning was taking a shower, she heard it, but at that time the sound of water made her think it was just noise. Now sitting in the living room, it sounds clearer. Her hair was half dry from the blow drying, and she curiously went out to investigate. The sound is very close. It shouldn't be from the neighboring park. Wen Youning hung the phone in front of her and searched along the wall in the direction of the sound. Ow, ow. The closer you get, the more distinct the cries become. Where has it all gone? Where did everyone go? It seems I got separated from my friends, Wen Youning said in a hushed voice. As the footsteps drew closer, the small animal making noise ahead also sensed something, its pair of eyes vigilantly staring in the direction from which the footsteps were coming. Wen Youning sidled up behind the wall and noticed a small, reddish-brown furball curled up not far away. "It's a little panda." Hearing the noise, the little panda quickly turned around. It listened in the wrong direction. The little panda belongs to the family Ailuridae and the genus Ailuropoda. Although it is called a little panda, it is completely different from the giant panda. It looks like a cat but is larger in size, with a fluffy round face and a relatively short muzzle. There are white spots on its cheeks, and it has short and stout limbs, making it very adorable. It is a natural sprite that is completely aligned with human aesthetic. "All woo!" the red panda discovered Wen Youning's location and immediately stood up, raising its two front paws high. This is the red panda's method for repelling enemies. They are timid and not strong in fighting. When faced with danger, they stand up and raise their front paws to appear big and strong, in an attempt to scare off their enemies. Ah, it's so cute. The intimidating look is also a cute feeling. I inexplicably want to comfort it by saying you look strong, while in my heart, I really want to pet its bald spot. I am a professional red panda language analysis master. What it just called means it wants to be raised by Penguin, which is my online nickname. Please send it over quickly, thank you. Wen Youning squatted down and said softly, "Little guy, are you lost?" "Aewoo!" The little panda cried out again, seeing that Wen Youning did not back away as it wished. It raised its front paws even more desperately, and if conditions had allowed, it would have been tiptoeing. The little panda, pretending to be fierce, felt flustered inside. Don't come here, boo-hoo. I don't want to hurt you. Go away, boo-hoo. If you dare to come over, I will, boo-hoo. Even if you come over, there's nothing I can do." The red panda's voice is tinged with a cry. On the surface, it still puts on a strong facade. If you ignore its trembling claws from fear, and those tearful big eyes, and the trembling little belly, it might indeed be quite powerful. Don't be afraid. You must be lost. There are no red pandas here, no companions of yours. Wen Youning did not approach recklessly. Seeing the little panda's vigilance and unwillingness to move, she simply sat down in place. "Can I take you home? It's empty here. It must have come over from next door, lost." With a timid little panda like that, the possibility of running over from too far away is not high. The little panda is trembling, and when she didn't show up, the little guy was almost scared to death. "Awu! Don't come over here. The little panda can't even lift its paws and is whining pitifully. You must be a bad person, you want to take me away. Wen Youning said, I didn't want to catch you, don't you want to go home? I want to go home. The little panda stepped back half a step, instinctively leaning against the wall with its claws, and the imposing aura it had just maintained suddenly weakened. Whoa! Don't be afraid. Seeing that the little panda was not as alert as before, Wen Youning gradually approached it. Awu! Don't move. Don't you move. By the time the red panda realized, Wen Youning was already in front of it. Lost in thought for a moment, I tried to run but ended up sitting directly on the ground. What? Wen Youning tentatively reached out her hand, and the little panda immediately struggled to stand up. Ow! The call became increasingly unsteady. Even the tone had a slight tremor at the end. Faced with the hand extended by Wen Youning, the red panda shouted and yelled, and no matter how loudly it roared or how wide it opened its mouth, it never tried to bite her. Isn't the red panda mom only teaching it to call when faced with danger? It hasn't taught it how to bite people. Maybe it's too young and hasn't had a chance to learn yet. Baby, you are so cute. Such a cute red panda is going to be dizzied by Auntie's kisses. Wen Youning hugged the red panda tightly in one go. Oh, the little red panda curled up pitifully and cried out. It seems that it is indeed too young and hasn't learned how to protect itself yet. Wen Youning held it and gently patted the little panda's back. Good, it's okay, it's already okay. The little panda trembled constantly in her arms, scared enough to bury its face in her embrace, leaving only its back visible, with its tail fluffed up and hanging straight down. Let's go home, Wen Youning said as she carried the little panda out. I'm glad I took a shower, otherwise the little panda would have been so scared. The smell of a tiger is enough to scare this little creature, which is already timid to the point of nearly fainting. Even though the little panda had lived in the zoo since it was small, it had never seen a tiger before. Just from the smell, it could guess what a fierce giant it must be. Shivering, the red panda sniffed the scent of humans, and its trembling heart gradually calmed down, its fluffed-up tail slowly returning to normal. Wen Youning only patted it lightly, doing nothing else, waiting for the red panda to realize by itself that she was not dangerous, and to gather itself. The red panda quietly raised its eyes in Wen Youning's arms, observing this strange human. Wen Youning kicked a stone at the wall, and any small noise would make the little panda shrink back into its embrace. After a while, noticing nothing had happened, it quietly lifted its head. The little panda's small movements did not escape Wen Youning's eyes. She just chose not to react, fearing it would scare the little panda into not moving again. Look, it really is the panda garden. Wen Youning didn't pay attention to her surroundings when she arrived by car, but effortlessly found the entrance to the panda garden by following the signposts. Wen Youning entered through the visitor's passage and found a person inside wearing a staff uniform. Hello, I found a little panda. The order-maintaining administrator, what? Realizing it, he looked down, and the round and fluffy back of the red panda made his pupils shrink sharply. Give it to me, I'll take it to the keeper. The administrator reached out to take it, but the red panda clung tightly to Wen Youning's clothes, refusing to look up no matter what. If the reason for not looking up earlier was fear, then the reason for not looking up now was simply unwilling to leave. Wen Youning's hand moved up a bit and rested on the back of the little panda's head. I haven't asked your name yet. Wu. Tuan. Okay. Wen Youning lifted the little panda in her arms, released her clothes while holding its paw and said, Tuan, be good and let brother take you home. Owl. Don't ya. Teacher Wen, are you here to see the little panda? Kyan Yu finished the contract and went back to find that no one was available. While on the road, he asked a colleague and found out that Wen Youning had come to the panda park. Wen Youning said, I found a little panda, I will bring it over. Hey, how did it run out? It must have climbed over the wall again. Wen Youning had heard about the red panda escaping by climbing walls before. I have the key, let's just take it back. All right, Wen Youning gently took the red panda and handed it to Wen Youning. Wen Youning was taken aback, his hand already out to receive it. Teacher Wen, aren't you coming with me? Wen Youning said, I need to go to the vegetable market, I'm afraid I won't have enough time. You take it back. A vegetable market? Well, there's one nearby with both vegetables and meat, but this market is quite remote and far from the city center. Not many people know about it. However, the employees who work here, living in the dormitory and occasionally cooking for themselves, come here to buy vegetables and meat. The quality is quite good. Okay, I'll go take a look. Since there's a nearby vegetable market, it's convenient to buy there. Wen Youning sent her the location of the vegetable market, and the little panda in her arms, wanting to jump down, said, Then Teacher Wen, I'll take the little panda back first. You go ahead and get busy. The red panda struggled hard in Wen Young's arms, but the little thing had no strength. It pushed with its paws on one side and shook on the other, but just couldn't get down. Wu, exhausted from struggling, the red panda lay on Wen Young's shoulder, staring eagerly at Wen Youning. Wen Youning smiled and waved at it. See you next time. Wu. Next time. See you next time. The camera shakes a bit. Wen Youning walked out of the zoo, casually adjusting the live stream volume. First, let's go to the market to buy some meat. We've run out of meat at home. I still need to bring food to the wild dog leader, and I definitely need to buy more meat. From the position given by Wen Youning, the vegetable market is quite close to the zoo, but it doesn't cover a large area and should be smaller in scale than the vegetable market she went to before. This distance doesn't require a taxi. Wen Youning can just walk over. There's fishing here by the river, and quite a few people are fishing. Wen Youning could see a few people sitting by the riverside from a distance. The location was remote, and there were few vehicles passing by on the way. Instead, there is a sense of transcendence, with a relaxed feeling of strolling along a country path. I came across a live broadcast from a live streaming room that looked similar to this last time. Haha, is it the one with the snake and turtle? I saw it too. They were caught on the spot and the live chat was shut down. Is releasing animals this lively? It makes me want to join in. Wen Youning said, having the heart to release animals is a good thing, but do not release them blindly. Especially be careful to distinguish whether they are invasive species. Releasing them recklessly can damage the local ecosystem. The camera lifted, without zooming in on the target, only capturing a human figure with a blurred face, saving the trouble of pixelation. Wen Youning walked onto the bridge above and looked down, saying, This river is quite deep. Before the words were out, a sharp dog bark suddenly sounded. Woof 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 howl. Ouch! What's wrong with you? Why are you biting the dog's tail? The black and white border collie suddenly bit the Samoyed, making it yelp in pain. The energetic Samoyed is chasing and biting it. The old man in front, sitting securely while fishing, showed no signs of surprise or panic, obviously accustomed to the occasional scuffles between dogs. Fishing requires one to sit still, have patience, and remain calm. He feared that the dog's barking would scare away the fish in the water. Without turning his head, the old man waved his hand, signaling them to be quiet, his eyes fixed on the float, afraid of missing a big catch. The border collie and the Samoyed behind were playfully wrestling and entangled with each other. The Samoyed, eyes closed, kept biting away. Whether it was able to catch anything was unknown, but it kept moving its mouth anyway. At that moment, the border collie suddenly charged forward, causing the old man to instinctively lean forward, stepping on air, and with a wave of his hand he fell into the river with a splash. Gurgle! Wen Youning immediately turned and ran down the stairs from the bridge to save the person. The mastermind behind it all, the border collie, jumped into the river after pushing the old man, biting onto the old man's clothes and dragging him towards the shore. The deeper you go, the deeper the water gets. The riverbank is still okay. The old man stood inside, with the water barely reaching his waist. He was a little flustered when he first fell in, but now he steadied himself, holding onto the border collie, and started wading through the water to get back. The old man wrung out his clothes, looked at the border collie that had just rescued him, and then glanced at the Samoyed squatting calmly over there. He gave the Samoyed a flick. "Dajo, you're at it again. Look what you've done to me. My clothes are completely soaked." The Samoyed, whose mouth had originally been open, suddenly shut it with a swish. The shepherd licks his nose, hiding his skills and fame. "Only the dog that you wronged knows how much you have been wronged." The winning Samoyed, hee. The wronged Samoyed, not hee. Woof, the Samoyed howls in protest. "It's not Wang who did it, it was it. Wang is going to fight you." Samoyed is pretending to bite the border collie. The old man pushed the Samoyed away, stroking the border collie's head that was shaking off water. "Look at that little black one. It knows to jump in the water to save me." The border collie wagged its tail and said, "Woof. Steak. Wang wants to eat steak. I want the same prime rib we had last time." The old man just thinks the border collie is excited and keeps petting it, saying, "Good dog, I'll slice you some fresh steak when we get back." Woof woof, the Samoyed angrily lowered its upper body and barked wildly. "It's not woof, there is no woof. It was done by it, all because of it, it was the same last time." The border collie shook its fur and said, "So what? What's going on? Wasn't it the border collie that knocked the person down? And now it's giving them steak, shouldn't it get a big slap?" The old man probably didn't see it, after all he was facing away. "Cunning little dog." "Grandpa." Wen Youning was saved halfway through running, but since she was already here, she decided to change to walking from below. The old man released the twisted clothes, shook them loosely and said, "What's wrong, little girl?" Wen Youning said, "The border collie deliberately pushed you down." Woof, the border collie laid its ears back and barked aggressively at Wen Youning. "What does it have to do with you? Mind your own business." "Wang," the Samoyed enthusiastically wagged its tail at Wen Youning, shaking so hard that even its butt was shaking along. "Yes, it's definitely them." "Did little black do it on purpose?" No, the old man looked at her in confusion. It wasn't little black. It was little black and dim Mao. They always like to mess around. The last time it happened when I was fishing, they got into a fight and accidentally knocked me down. This time I also heard them arguing and I didn't expect to get knocked down again. Wen Youning paused and said, "Did the border collie go down to save you last time?" "Yeah," the old man said with a smile. "Zio Hai is very sensible. I even cut some beef for it as a reward." Wen Youning nodded, "That's right." The old man squinted his eyes. Wen Youning said, "Last time when you were knocked down, it was because those two were fighting. After being knocked down, the border collie got the beef, and it probably wants to eat beef again today, so it bit the Samoyed's tail, pretending to fight, to knock you down again and then rescue you, wanting to eat beef." The old man. "At my age, I've seen everything. This is really the first time I've encountered something like this. PFFD, bad little dog." Well, the border collie is indeed the smartest dog breed, scheming for a bite to eat, but it's a bit of an old fool. Fortunately, they are not very greedy if the old man fished every day, and the border collie wanted to eat delicious food. Every day I can't even imagine. Samoyed clear soup, sir. This must be stopped if the border collie thinks that pushing the old man into the water will get him good food. Can the old man stand being pushed every day? Woof woof, the border collie was taken aback when his thoughts were exposed and immediately got flustered. "What does it have to do with you? Nosy humans." Woof, the Samoyed refuses to back down, it thinks it's related. Wen Youning was afraid the elderly wouldn't believe him, so he specifically played back the live streaming. See the video. The elderly man's kind expression grew more and more silent. He turned his head to pick up the fishing rod and was about to hit. Don't hit, don't hit. Hitting it won't solve the root problem. It might actually provoke the herding dog's rebellious psychology. Wen Youning suggested, it just has a wrong perception. Correcting it is enough. Taking away the reward food is also a punishment. Border Collie, woof. If you don't expose the barking, will you get beaten? It's all your fault, all because of you. You don't have to pretend to be a good person. Wen Youning. Me? Am I pretending to be a good person? Wen Youning let go of the old man's hand that she was blocking, picked up a willow twig, bent it a little to test its flexibility, and after swinging it a couple of times and finding it felt good, she handed it to the old man. Use this to hit. Border Collie. Woof. PFFD, haha, is it over? Provocation gets you 18 hits. The drop rate is really high. Border Collie, what are you pretending to be a good person? Teacher Wen. Then I won't pretend anymore, I'm laying it all out. The Samoyed is overly lively beside me. It seems it has taken the blame before. I wish I could grab the willow branch and wave it at the Border Collie. HMPH. Bad dog. The old man had originally been quite angry after clearly seeing the video of the Border Collie pretentiously pushing him into the river during its provocation and fight. He was ready to hit back immediately, but now, after Wen Youning interrupted, he no longer felt so inclined to give Little Black a thorough beating. He took the willow branch from Wen Youning's hand and pretended to swing it a couple of times. The Border Collie reacted quickly, darting to the side, and even tried to bite the Samoyed while running away. The Samoyed had also learned from experience. Seeing the Border Collie charge over, it knew what it was up to, tucking its tail between its legs, turning to face the Border Collie and showing its teeth. Woof. Get lost, dead dog. In terms of fighting, the Samoyed firmly has the upper hand, as it is larger than the Border Collie. Even if it cannot win, it can find the right moment to lie on top of the Border Collie, using sheer force to suppress it. No matter how clever it is, it will still be subdued. The Samoyed had no intention of entangling with the Border Collie. After the Border Collie ran away, it shook its fur and happily approached Wen Youning. Woof. Don't be afraid, sister. Oh wow, what a soft little voice. A fluffy steamed bun that hums and acts cute, ha ha ha. That tail is swinging so fast, it could catch up with a propeller. Wen Youning gently patted the Samoyed's head. The elderly man saw the Border Collie running out and chased after it for a couple of steps. Woof! The Samoyed picked up the fishing rod that the old man had left on the ground and pretended to hand it to Wen Youning. There's nothing good for you to take, just take this. One fishing rod still feels insufficient. After all, this is a good person who saved me from water and fire. The Samoyed turned back and picked up the toolbox. Woo. And this one too. This one, all for you. All the barks are for you. The Samoyed happily brought nearly everything the old man had brought to Wen Youning. Woof. Grandpa is a bit silly, so I won't give it to you. The dead dog is really annoying, and I won't give it either. Give all the good things. Wen Youning squatted down and gently petted the fluffy neck of the Samoyed, who raised its head, happily sticking out its tongue, looking particularly simple-minded and affectionate. I appreciate your kind gesture, but these things should be returned to your grandfather. Wen Youning placed the items back by the riverbank. The Samoyed ran over Wu. Don't be polite with the dog. This is what a good person deserves. Old man, stop chasing the Border Collie. The Samoyed has already emptied your fishing gear. The thoughts behind Yaya are crystal clear. It's just a step away from transferring the house to Teacher Wen. This shows how much hardship Yi has endured at home. One of the three sledding fools battles the smartest Border Collie, which is also a very scheming, evil border collie. The background music in Yi Yi's heart now is, "Good luck is coming to us, good luck has come." The border collie didn't run far. It just circled around this area to hide from the old man's willow branches. It took the time to bark a couple of times at Wen Youning to express its dissatisfaction. In front of the border collie, Wen Youning said, "Old man, please take the meat you prepared for the border collie and give it to Ye." Woof! The border collie's eyes widened. It was saving someone. "You bad person stirring up trouble." "That's not called saving someone," Wen Youning said with a helpless smile. "How can you first kick someone down and then pull them back up? Are you having hotpot and dipping tripe?" "Border collie, don't worry, master. I will always save you from fire and water. As for how the fire and water came, don't mind that." The Samoyed's starry eyes looked at Wen Youning, a divine human. It was so happy that it didn't know how to show it, circling around and rubbing against her while Wen Youning was squatting. "So good, so good. Woof, I like you. I'll do as you said when I get back." The old